A few reminders. Reminder to, did everyone check in? If you didn't, please remember to do so at the next break. Remember to maintain physical distancing. I had a note just to ask if, Mr. Finlay, are you fully the two metres away from your companion? I'm sorry, that was brought up to me.
I think so. We haven't moved the chairs.
I don't mean to pick on you. If everyone can remember masks when circulating, and lastly, remember to speak into the microphone, please. So we'll move. Next, we've got cross-examination of Carol Anderson today. So we'll start with Mr. Brown's examination in chief. Well,
just
Mr. Brown's
so,
starting.
So one preliminary point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Remember discussions about Bury Burn and the scoping stage and the application stage, and what we're going to do, I think it's useful, if you find it useful, is to provide you with a set of wireframes which would match those in, or replace those, or whatever, in SI 2020 CD 123, figures 756A to 783B, simply showing Bury Burn as applied for. So you can make a comparison yourself.
Sorry, those figures again? Sorry, Mr. Trinick.
756A to 783B. There's nothing startling there, it's just so you have a complete picture, no more than that.
Thank you. Pass over to Mr. Brown.
Good morning, sir. Given that we are tight for time today, my intention is to ask Ms. Anderson to read only the introductory paragraph of her recognition and treat the remainder of it as read. Ms. Anderson, could you do that, please? Paragraph 1.1.
Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Carol Anderson. I am a landscape architect and chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I have particular expertise in undertaking landscape character assessment and sensitivity assessment studies. I've acted as an expert witness for Scottish Natural Heritage, Argyll and Bute Council and Moray Council at a number of wind farm inquiries, including most recently those for the Dulliter and Upper Sonochan wind farms. I provide term landscape consultancy services to Moray Council, and as part of this role I undertook the review of the proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm from pre-scoping to submission of the application. My detailed assessment of the landscape and visual effects of the Clash Gour proposal is set out in my inquiry report.
And are you content for the remainder of your recognition to be taken as read?
Yes, that's fine.
Now, on your landscape and visual impact assessment experience, could you provide more detail of that, please?
Well, I've done a range of landscape and also coastal character assessment, and that includes commissions from SNH, from the Jersey Government, and the Cairngorms National Park. I've also been involved with a number of strategic landscape planning and sensitivity studies, considering a range of developments, and that developments such as wind energy, aquaculture, forest and woodland creation and settlement expansion. And those studies have been done, again, for SNH, local authorities, but also for the Forestry Commission and Scottish Forestry.
Sorry, you mentioned your wind energy experience. Could you expand upon that, please?
Yes. Well, my experience with wind energy development is really focused on review of a number of wind farm proposals, which I have undertaken for SNH and for a number of local authorities.
And what experience do you have of appearing at public local inquiries?
I've done a number of, appeared as expert witness at a number of inquiries on behalf of SNH and local authorities. I'm not quite sure of the count, but it's somewhere around 15 or 16.
Thank you. And you mentioned in your recognition that you provide consultancy services to Moray. That being the case, how familiar are you with the Moray landscape?
Well, I've worked in Moray since really about 2006, 2005, 2006, and started off undertaking sensitivity studies for the expansion of most of the main sort of settlements within Moray for the council. I have a term consultancy with the council and have had that for the past few years. And as part of that, I provide landscape advice on a range of developments, primarily wind farms, but also other development proposals. The work has been quite wide-ranging. So, for example, fairly recently, I've undertaken a review of local landscape designations in Moray with others. And I've also considered I was commissioned to look at the cumulative effects of new housing in the countryside, which informed new policies within the 2020 LDP.
And from your experience of Moray, what would you say the notable characteristics of the landscape are?
Well, I have to say I do have a fondness for Moray. I just think it's a greatly diverse area in a relatively small space. It's got special forests. It's one of the most wooded regions in Scotland. The uplands are special, and the glens, and then the great rivers of the Findhorn and the Spey, along with the coastline, which is really spectacular in places. Also, planned settlements and buildings, they complement the character of the landscape.
And from your experience of working with other local authorities, how would you say that landscape compares with other areas in Scotland?
Well, in terms of other areas where I've worked, and I do know the Scottish landscape pretty well, I would say. Moray doesn't have the drama of the nearby Cairngorms or the West Highlands, but it is the diversity of landform, land cover and settlement, which I've described just before, which I think does make it special. The uplands in Moray are less extensive and less uniform than other parts of Scotland, and this is why I consider it does have an increased sensitivity to large-scale wind farm development.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned in your experience of working with Moray that you were involved in the review of the local landscape designations, and you will remember that on Tuesday there was discussion about the effect the Dornell Wind Farm had upon the Benrinnes SLA. Could you explain what impact Dornell had on the outcome of that review?
Following the 2018 review of local landscape designations in Moray, 11 special landscape areas were identified. So the former AGLV didn't have citations or any sort of justification of why it had been defined. When you compare the new special landscape areas, SLAs, with the former AGLV area, there's a significant reduction in the designated area covering the uplands between Glen Rinnes and the Cabrach. And this is because of the significant changes that had occurred to that landscape instilled by the Dornell Wind Farm. That wind farm was under construction at the time of us doing our field work. And we considered, together with the steering group for the study, that the character and the sense of wildness that had formerly been associated with that landscape was significantly altered. And it was considered that it therefore should be omitted, that part of the former designated area in the SLA. And I think also it's important to note that with the local landscape designation, it was a study with a number of team members. There was a steering group, and there was also consultation as part of the study, and that informed the boundaries of the new SLAs and the definition of their special qualities.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to viewpoint 3, and the CD reference for that is CD 1.3, volume 3C.
Sorry, Mr. Brown, I was elsewhere. What was the reference?
It is CD 1.3, volume 3C.
Thank you very much.
Figure 725.
Thank you very much.
And I'll just get the particular reference for you. Yes, it's figure 725F. Now, can I ask you, what grouping of the Clash Gour can we see here?
In this view, which is taken from the Divvy Viaduct, it's principally the western group, which I think actually is referred to as the southern group of turbines.
And what would you say is special about this view?
Well, this viewpoint, possibly the reporters have been to it already, I'm not sure, but it's pretty special on the Darver Way. It's one of the highlights of the route. A lot of the route in the northern part of the route is wooded. Suddenly you're on high up on the viaduct, open views, and I think Mr. Welsh, in his evidence, had noted that the views were fleeting. I'm not so convinced about that because actually, having cycled all of the route myself just a couple of years ago, and also been there recently, my observation was that people actually get off. Cyclists, if they're cycling or walking it, they stop on the viaduct because it's such a special point of the route. So I feel that views are more sustained, perhaps, than fleeting in that, from that viewpoint.
And what other wind farms are visible in this?
Well, from the viaduct, you do see Hill of Clash Gour, and you see the Berryburn turbines as well, which are the smaller ones behind the proposed Clash Gour turbines.
And what impact does the introduction of the Clash Gour Western or Southern array have?
Well, I think it will bring larger turbines much closer to the viewpoint. And that the intrusion that will result is exacerbated by the sort of differences in scale that there are with with the sort of foreground of the view where you've got the smaller fields and woodlands which enclose space and break it down, which contribute to that smaller scale.
And in your assessment, you agreed that the development had a significant effect, that there was a high medium sensitivity and a high magnitude of change. Why did you reach those conclusions?
Well, because of what I've said about the intrusion on the view. So I am in agreement with the LVIA set out in the EIAR in terms of the levels of sensitivity and the high magnitude of change. I do think turbines of this size seen from this viewpoint at 3.66 kilometres would be dominant visually, as they would form the focus of the view, the key focus of that view.
It might be helpful, actually, if I could ask for the LVIA to be brought up, and the CD reference is CD 1.5, Appendix 7.2.
Sorry, what I also want to add is that what I should have said is that it will form the key focus of attention for viewers in this segment of the view. So we're looking at 180-degree view looking towards the east, towards the wind farm. When you look on the other side of the viaduct, you have a very different view.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, and the other thing I should say is that while I think that the Clash Gour turbines would be dominant in this view, I think that the existing Berryburn turbines would be prominent.
Thank you. My apologies to our programme officer. I said 1.5, and it's CD 1.4, Appendix 7.2. And it's electronic page 8. And where do we find the relevant comments, Ms. Anderson?
Well, in terms of the LVIA and the detailed assessment for viewpoint 3, I think it's useful to point out some of the observations made under magnitude of change.
Yes, would you like to do that for us?
So in that section, it's noted that there would be a large scale of change, a large scale change, and the turbines would be in close proximity.
So that's the first bullet point you've read?
And that there would be a strong contrast in scale with the existing Berryburn turbines. And these are factors increasing the magnitude of change. And I agree with this. It's also useful to check back with the LVIA methodology, which is in Appendix 7.1. I don't think we necessarily need to go to that on the screen, but to just check the definition of a high magnitude of change, and that is described as the proposed development would result in a major alteration to the baseline view, providing the prevailing influence and or introducing elements that are substantially uncharacteristic in the receiving view. Now, taking all that into consideration in terms of what was concluded in the LVIA, whereas I do think it is a matter of professional opinion as to whether the effect could be considered to be prominent or dominant, my view is I think that the LVIA findings would suggest that it was more towards a dominant effect, given the factors listed and the high magnitude of change that was concluded in the LVIA.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask you, please, now to turn to viewpoint 5, and the CD reference for that is CD 1.3, volume 3C, and the figure is 727C. And this is the viewpoint for the minor road north of Nakando. And you said that there was a high medium sensitivity and a medium low magnitude of change. Can I ask you why you reached those conclusions?
Well, I agree with the LVIA that the effects on the view would not be significant, largely because there'd be relatively few turbines visible. There is screening by landform and vegetation from that particular view. What I have said in my inquiry report is that I consider that there would be increased visibility from elsewhere in the area around Upper Nakando. And I've particularly drawn the reporter's attention to a minor road that lies at the foot of Khan Nakalik, which I consider would offer more elevated and open views towards the eastern group of turbines within Clash Gour.
So can I just ask one question, because it occurs to me now? Is there a good place to go and see the that particular? And are there good visuals to go with that view?
There aren't visuals, but I think it's still useful to drive along that road or walk part of it, because if you use, I think there's a detailed ZTV which is useful to take with you, and that is CD 1.16 SI figure 11.3, I think, or I think Mr. Welsh's JW2, I think it is, might also provide a similar sort of aid, but that indicates the level of visibility that there could potentially be from that area. And I'd also say that in terms of viewpoint 5, it is a representative viewpoint, but people aren't static. They do walk around the area. I've observed local people dog walking, cycling in the area. So in this pocket of upland fringe, this landscape, it's like a little triangle that's contained by uplands on two sides, coming up to the point of the Upper Nakando Dallas Road, and people do move around. They walk in the area.
And what cumulative effects, if any, would there be in this area in the interaction with other wind farms?
Well, you will see from the visualizations, and particularly the wire line, that Paul's Hill Wind Farm.
Sorry, you mentioned the wire line. Which figure were you referring to? I'm
yes.
sorry, this isn't on the list.
The cumulative wire line, which I've got as figure 7.27A. I don't know if Helen can find that. So the Paul's, sorry.
Sorry, we're just aware that you can't actually see the screen. Would you like Graham to come and
I've got the hard copies, thank you very much. But And I've also got, I think I'll be all right.
We'll maybe change it at the
Yes, okay, thank you. So the Paul's Hill wind farm is already visible in that area, and Paul's Hill 2 wind farm proposal would be visible if it were consented. So there is wind farm development already in this area.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to take you to viewpoint 10. And the CD reference for that is CD 1.3, volume 3C, and the figure number is 732C. And this was actually referred to earlier. This is the viewpoint at Karen. And you have said in your report that you believe the magnitude of change is underestimated. With reference to the photograph, why do you say that?
Well, this viewpoint is located in the Spey Valley, and it's located in what I call the inner, sort of incised part of the Spey Valley, which has a very sort of hidden character. There are not many crossing points across the Spey in this section between Aberlour up to Blackboat Bridge. I think this is the main crossing, and then Blackboat Bridge. And there is a very strong sort of experience associated with that landscape, that inner landscape, because of the containment that you have. The floodplain's quite narrow. You've got steep wooded banks. The roads, when you drive into that area, are very narrow and winding as they bring you right down into the inner bit of the valley. So it has a very strong containment, and that influences its intimate scale. And there are no wind turbines visible from this inner part of the Spey Valley at the moment. So I consider that the magnitude of change would increase to high to medium, or would be high to medium. And that's contrary to the LVIA. And it's because really of this containment in visual terms. It's because the eye of the viewer is channeled by the wooded sides, so your focus is on that view. The nearest turbine is 10 kilometres, so it is some distance, but these are big turbines. These are the eastern turbines. We're looking at the proposed development in this visualisation. And I consider that they would become the focus of the view.
Could I take you, please, to viewpoint 28? And the CD reference for that is CD 1.3, volume 3E, and it's figure 750D. And again, this was a viewpoint which was looked at with Mr. Welsh on Tuesday. Now, you, in your report, say the magnitude of change here is underestimated. With reference to the photograph, could you please explain your reasons for that?
Well, this viewpoint lies within the rolling farmland and forests with valleys landscape character type. It's part of the upper Lossy Valley. It has a number of small-scale features within this particular view, including the planned settlement of Dallas. Now, there is already wind farm development visible from the upper Lossy Valley, particularly to the east of this viewpoint, and that includes views of the Rothes 1 and part of Rothes 2 wind farms. My appraisal of the effects of Clash Gour on this view really concerns the focus that the turbines would have and their contrasts of scale, leading to a dominant effect. It is it's just over 6 kilometres distant. But I think it's because you've got this juxtaposition of the turbines seen directly above Dallas, the small buildings of Dallas. You see them moving. They have a bit of overlap there, which adds to the clutter, the visual clutter that you get, and particularly with the power line that's just in front of them. So in my view, it would have a dominant effect. And I consider that the magnitude of change would be high, and it would be a significant effect. And just to take this slightly further, I would say that this particular view is an indication that the proposal is not sufficiently set well back into the uplands to avoid intrusion on more sensitive landscape and visual receptors.
Okay, thank you. Now, on Tuesday, Mr. Welsh stated in his evidence that the chief focus of views from the A95 is not the Spey Valley but Ben Rinnes. What would you say in response to that?
Well, I would say that that's only partly true, because it depends on which direction you're travelling on the A95. If you're travelling northeast towards Aberlour, steep slopes and vegetation on the right-hand side of the road, which lead up to Ben Rinnes, inhibit your views. So much so that really the key direction of views is over the Spey Valley. There are glimpses of Ben Rinnes if you're travelling the opposite direction, where there's a bit of a gap where a public road goes up into Ben Rinnes, where the car park is. But I do not agree that views are focused on Ben Rinnes from that road. And I would advise that if you haven't done so already, you might take a look at that.
Now, Mr. Welsh, under cross-examination by Mr. Finlay, said that you have to be close or within a wind farm to experience a wind farm landscape. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't agree with that. I stood on the top of some of the Galloway hills and hills in South Ayrshire looking at distance towards large wind farm developments, Kilgalliach and Erect, located in the Plateau moorlands landscape character type, which is an extensive landscape character type that straddles Galloway and South Ayrshire. And in my opinion, you can register that that is a landscape dominated by wind turbines, so much so that you don't really appreciate the underlying characteristics of that landscape, its landform, its land cover, etc. And I would conclude that that is a wind farm landscape seen at distance. And I think that this would be appreciated in the Moray context in terms of more distant views from Ben Rinnes in particular, and some of the other hills, Ben Agan, etc., where an overview is possible of LCTs 10 and 11. And this would occur due to the concentration and extent of turbines.
Why does it matter if a wind farm landscape is created?
Well, I think we've had a lot of discussion about the extent of wind farm landscape that might occur, between the landscape architects appearing at this inquiry. And you can get hung up on titles, really, and I think you do have to say, well, why does it matter? I think it is important, actually, to judge the likely extent of wind farm landscape being created. But I don't think, in terms of Moray, that it's appropriate. We've talked previously in the inquiry about the S&H scenarios for landscape change, landscape accommodation, etc., in their spatial planning guidance. But in Moray, I consider that a landscape accommodation scenario is much more appropriate, mainly because we don't have the extensive and fairly simple landscapes, upland landscapes, that occur elsewhere, such as, for example, in the plateau moorlands of Galloway and South Ayrshire that I've just mentioned. And it's also because I think, the upland areas are not extensive, and that means that it, in order to limit effects on surrounding more sensitive landscape and visual receptors, it's more appropriate to have smaller concentrations of wind farms, wind turbines, in order to limit effects, negative effects.
And what effect would this have upon the perception of receptors?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Sorry,
that?
what effect would this proposal have upon the perception of the receptors?
Well, I think there would be a perception of a wind farm landscape, i.e. a landscape dominated by wind farms, resulting, associated with this proposal. And that would be appreciated from viewpoints such as Ben Rinnes, as I've mentioned before, but also from lower viewpoints, for example, from the Yellow Bog area between Dallas and Upper Knockandow, from the Dallas area itself, from parts of Upper Knockandow. I think it's just too much for that particular area for to accommodate successfully.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's one very minor typographical error in your report, which I will take you to so that we may have it corrected. It's in paragraph 7.8 of your report.
Yes, 7.8. I note on the last line viewpoints, a number of viewpoints, and I've got 2 25s in there. It should be 26. One of them should be 26.
Thank you very much, Ms Anderson.
Oh, can we just take a brief break before starting so we can get the screen turned round so that Ms Anderson can see it? Graham, are you able to do that? Thanks.
I'll leave the room briefly while we do that.
Or should we say 5 minutes? Yeah.
Good morning, Ms Sansom.
Good morning, Mr. Trinick.
Just a couple of points, first of all, on the scope of the evidence. We know, if we go to page 6 of your inquiry report, that there is a contention in reason for objection 2 that one of the results of the development would be to diminish the recreational and visitor experience of the area. Now, in paragraph 613 of your inquiry report, which is on page 11, you mention the amounts of whisky production. In paragraph 616.2, you make a similar mention, and in paragraph 710, similar mention. But I'm correct in saying you don't give any direct evidence that tourism would be adversely affected. Am I right?
That's correct.
On lighting, I've seen your very generous recognition in the recognition at paragraph 2.6 of the reduced lighting scheme which has been achieved. I think I understand from discussions before the inquiry that I need not trouble you with examination on lighting.
That's correct.
Having said that, I think you've made it clear that you would actually quite like to see a test light of some kind. Do you find it helpful to see a light?
Well, I probably would, because I recall perhaps in Mr. Welsh's evidence that the hill of, or there was a comment perhaps made about the hill of Clash Gour, which I had seen lit. And, I understand that not all lighting is the same, and there would be different visual effects. I have to say that I have found it hard in my reviews of wind farm developments to really make a judgment on what level of effect there would be from lighting. Obviously, it's a new thing. There are not many wind farms yet built with lighting installed. So I do find it difficult to tell from the nighttime visualizations how that would translate in the field, as it were.
Oh, that's a fair response. Well, we've discussed that with the reporters already.
Yes, of course.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn to 3.5, please, and I'm always referring to your inquiry report, not your precognition. 3.5, which is on page 5. You say in the second last line, also by the significant adverse effects of the Rothes 3 proposal. That brought me up short because, so far as I understood it, and you may get examination from Mr. Steele later on this point, when I look at you as a witness against the Clash Gour proposal, you're not somebody who has assessed the Rothes 3 proposal for the purposes of your evidence. You've only assessed Clash Gour on the baseline a cumulative baseline including Rothes 3. Is that correct?
That's correct. Can you just give me a minute just to read that
Yes,
again?
of course.
Yes, that comment is really just explaining that in terms of the capacity study and the findings within the capacity study, how I consider the findings are verified by what I consider to be the prominence and significant adverse effects of turbines of that size within both proposals. It's an observation.
That's all right. Thank you. So far as the position of SNH is concerned, go to your paragraph 5.3 and 5.4, please, on page 8. You've made it clear that SNH, I think you do that in 5.1, that SNH's real focus here is on the national park, isn't it?
That's correct.
So that in 5.3, where you draw attention to certain passages in CD 2135, I needn't go there, their comments can be taken to refer to their key focus. Is that right?
No, I don't think the second bullet point necessarily does. It's not particularly clear, but I don't think it does. They do mention sort of cumulative effects as having concerns about cumulative effects, and they do make some comment on Mori. So I think the first bullet point, yes. The second bullet point, no.
I probably agree with you. I think it does go wider than the national park, the second bullet point. But to the extent that they focus at all on wider Murray issues rather than the national park, I don't think we'll find any particularly critical comments from SNH about this development.
Depends on what you mean by particularly critical.
Well, critical full stop.
Critical full stop. Well, no. Perhaps we ought to go to it, to the SNH document.
By all means. CD 2135. Apologies to Helen. This morning won't be as good as previous exercises. I mean, before you answer, part of the reason that I draw this to your attention, because this is your evidence as SNH speaking, is that we've tried to say to the inquiry, well, SNH have not been particularly critical of this development, only to be told, well, they weren't focusing on anything except the national park. So we can't have it both ways, can we?
Well, they are focusing on the national park, but they still do make comment about the Mori area.
Where do you find that? I'm looking at pages, starting at page 6 of 12 within CD 2135, sorry.
Yeah, in Annex 2.
Yeah, that's it.
Three paragraphs from the bottom of the first page of Annex 2, that's page 6, they clearly say that they're focusing on the special landscape qualities of the Cairngorms National Park. and they've only provided limited advice. So it's not no advice, it's just limited advice on impacts outside the park. They note mitigation, the design process.
Yep. Can I suggest the only paragraph where they say anything at all about the impacts of the development on receptors other than the national park is that second bullet point at the bottom of page 7. From then on, they really focus almost entirely on the national park, except when we come to page 11, where wild land areas, and then impact on the wider study area at the bottom of page 11, which I wouldn't read as being critical, but simply a commentary. Is that fair?
I agree it reads as a commentary rather than a criticism. It does highlight cumulative effects in that second bullet point that we looked at, but I would agree that it's not that detailed about effects on Moray.
Can we agree it's a very light touch?
Their focus was on the Cairngorms National Park.
That's
yes,
excellent.
I agree.
So there's rather a rhetorical question from me. I apologise. The question I was asking you is, which viewpoints have you visited for the purposes of this inquiry? I know that you know Moray very well, and you've been to them all at numerous occasions in the past. But in terms of assessing evidence for this inquiry, which viewpoints have you visited?
Well, in terms of the inquiry, I mean, I have visited all of the viewpoints within Moray for the inquiry, but also prior to providing landscape advice to the council on the proposal.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's turn to landscape impacts now, if we may. And just a small point. It's one of those things that niggles at me and ultimately probably goes nowhere at all. But if you go to paragraph 8.3 on page 20.
Of my inquiry report?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes,
please?
8.3 on page 20. This harks back to something you said in Evidence in Chief to some extent. About 7 lines down, a sentence starts, "There is a strong regional identity and rich scenic diversity to Moray's landscapes, unlike the generally simpler and or more modified landscape present in other parts of Scotland, where extensive wind farm developments are often located." At paragraph 2.5 on page 4, you refer to the fact that Clash Gour is situated within LCT 10 and 11. These LCTs have a similarly large scale, a generally simple land cover of coniferous forest and moorland, and both are sparsely settled. I guess the point, as between the two paragraphs, may be that you've got a different zoom on the landscape. But so far, do you see a contradiction between 8.3 and 2.5?
No, I don't. 2.5 is talking about LCTs 10 and 11. They do have a large scale in most of it, most of the area, and a generally simple land cover. But I would contend that they are not extensive areas, and they do have pockets of smaller scale upland fringes, settled upland fringes, and they also have some landmark hills, dare I say that, on the edges, generally on
Yeah.
the edges. So I think they are not as they have a higher sensitivity than other parts of Scotland where, in general, much more extensive wind farm development has been located.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that when we look at the landscape capacity study in more detail, but at least I've got your view on that. I want to go just briefly to, we'll come back to it, but to go to the landscape capacity study, CD56, and it's in the main report at page 70. (16.2). Where you say in the second paragraph there would be a high medium sensitivity to the very large typology, that's up to 130 metres.
Sorry, Mr. Trinnick, I need to catch up with you.
Sorry,
Is
my
it
apologies.
16.2?
16.2 in the second paragraph.
Sorry. Okay.
Now we're looking at LCT 10 here. If we turn over to page 71, there is a reference to, under key cumulative landscape and visual issues include bullet point 1, potential sequential and simultaneous views, visible, etc., seen in views from other landscape types. But I want to get it clear that when you assess sensitivity to development on page 70, that is to development within this landscape type. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's the host landscape type. If we go to your inquiry report at page 67, here you're dealing with the broad farmed valley landscape type. We know where that is, landscape LCT 7. It's page 9 of your inquiry report, sorry. Wait till you get there. There you say significant indirect adverse effects but also occur on a small part of the adjacent LCT, which would be of high medium sensitivity to a development of this size and nature. When you say a high sensitivity, do you mean to a development in LCT 10 and 11?
No, I don't, because this is part of LVIA, so it's considering sensitivity of that landscape to something that is located outside that landscape.
That's fine. And I accept that. But that presupposes, and I'm not saying that there aren't key characteristics, that presupposes that there are key characteristics of that landscape type which include views into or out of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a matter of landscape character, would it?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, of course. Well, why don't we go back to CD56 and within it go to the broad valley type, which I'll try and find there. Yes, it's on page 54. And before I ask the question, I know that in your inquiry report you're looking at LVIA, whereas the document we're going to now is not LVIA, it's an LCS, and I know the differences, and I'll return to those. But where it says at 12.2, high sensitivity to turbines more than 50 metres high, you don't go up to 130 because there's no capacity to examine there. I understand that.
That's correct.
Yeah. But where we look at, well, it's difficult. Where we look at constraints and so on, I don't see that, I'm sure you'll take me to it, and I'm happy to be taken to it, that the concept of views as between LCT 10 and 11 and LCT 7 are regarded as of importance.
Well, only insofar as the bottom bullet point, which talks about potential cumulative effects with operational and consented wind farms in adjacent upland areas, and also within potential cumulative issues in 12.2.1, the bullet points there. It's talking about further wind farm development extending along the skyline of the uplands containing the Spey Valley. That's the first bullet point.
So you would say that the high-medium sensitivity you attribute in 6.7 of your inquiry report to this development, it must be because this is an LVIA context, is because of features of the Broad Valley farmland which connect that LCT with LCT 10 or 11, or both?
Sorry, are we talking about the capacity study or are we talking about the LVIA now?
Well, I am talking about the LVIA.
Okay. Can we just go back to the capacity study?
Of course we can, but let's get clear of the exercise first. That what I'm after is that passage, anywhere you can find it, about the Broad Valley farmland, which says that this landscape character type, one of its key characteristics, one of its features, one of its sensitivities, are views to or from the host landscape type for this development.
Well, can I just draw your attention to that then, because that's in the last paragraph of the guidance for the Broad farmed valley.
Okay.
In the capacity study, this is, on page 56, where it says that this landscape character type is sensitive to wind farm development sited on the outer edges of adjoining upland areas.
That's fine, and that's your reference. But I'm at the stage of cross-examination where I'm trying to get clarity rather than necessarily criticise your evidence. And so when in 6.7 you say high-medium sensitivity, it's of any landscape sensitivity at all, because there is a sensitivity in terms of views to development in other areas as expressed in the landscape capacity study. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
All right, I've got it clear. Thank you. And we'll come back to this, but while we've got the landscape capacity study open, just so we note this point, we can return to it without having to return to the document. In 12.2, there is an attribution of high sensitivity to a certain height of turbines. Let us assume for a moment, let's play a fiction, that that was a high sensitivity to turbines of the height proposed at Clash Gour, just for a moment. In 6.7, it's high-medium. Is that because of the value element which is not factored into the landscape capacity study?
Well, the landscape capacity study, and I've explained this in my inquiry report. Sorry, I have to find the paragraph. 6.1 and 6.2, which explains the differences between the methodology used for the capacity study in terms of sensitivity and LVIA. So that's in my inquiry report. The capacity study considers landscape and visual sensitivity, so that increases sensitivity in that respect.
So just stop you there. So that the fact of the combination of landscape and visual in one overall conclusion would probably increase sensitivity?
Yes.
It would. Okay, fine.
Particularly because the Broad Farm Valley is a more populated area and it has major roads, footpaths, etc. in it.
Right. And the second point is, as just rehearsed by me, that actually what you're looking at there is susceptibility in the capacity study and not sensitivity, in the sense that you combine susceptibility and value.
Value isn't considered in the capacity study. That is correct. It was undertaken prior to recent guidance that has just been it was just issued last year, which aligns sensitivity assessment more with the guidance set out in GLVIA 3, in that landscape values are considered with susceptibility to form a sensitivity rating. But the Moray capacity study doesn't consider landscape values. If it were to be redrafted, it would do, because there is new guidance. It is problematic in some respects looking at landscape value as part of a sensitivity assessment for at a strategic scale.
Okay. So that when the reporters see the word sensitivity in the landscape capacity study, they could perhaps substitute the word susceptibility.
I think that would be fair.
Yeah, thank you. Against that background, let's go to 6.4 and look at impacts on LCT 10 and 11. And I'm looking at the final sentence of that paragraph. We'll come to it, but in the meantime, could you please get out JW2, the big... You've got the A1 version?
I don't have that in front of me. Does my team have it? I think we've only got one copy.
We have got spare copies, but it means handing over hard copy in an inquiry, which is a verbatim. Unless your team are in your bubble and you can take that copy they've got.
I think we're in a bubble, aren't we?
Yes, sir, I think we're in a bubble.
Let's see if we can zoom in perhaps on the screen. That might help.
Well, I'd like the witness to have the full hard copy, please. The screen just doesn't do it, I'm afraid. Could you also get out CD13 Volume 3C? And so we're
Sorry,
ready.
Mr. Trinick, could you just
Sorry.
repeat that again?
Yes, of course. CD13 Volume 3C. And if you prefer the figure number, it's 727C. Now, going back to my reference in the in 6.4, are you you've got that in front of you now.
No, I
Volume.
failed to put that in my folder, and I actually can't quite read that these from the screen.
That one you
so-
probably can deal with on screen, actually.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Okay, that's fine.
If you can use a screen for that one. Why have you got
Okay.
a smaller screen than everybody else? That's not very fair, is it?
It's not, is it?
The witness needs a big one.
It's true. I have to say, I can't read the text on
Well,
that.
that's why I
even
rather
with
thought of
specs
that
on.
size of screen, but there we are. Look, do the best you can. If you can't do well enough, tell us and we'll do something about it.
Okay.
6.4, fourth last line. I consider that the size of the turbines in the proposed development and scenario B would dominate these smaller scale upland fringes and contribute to the significant adverse impacts would arise on LCT 10 and 11. So we're commenting here on the fringes of the host landscape types where they abut LCT 7 to the south, and that's to the south of LCT 11, and 5A where it abuts LCT 10 to the north. That's right, isn't it? It's those fringes we're talking about.
Yes, you're meaning to the northwest, are you? Because I mentioned the Divvy and Dorbat valleys, and
Yes,
they
it
are
is
to
to
the
the north,
west.
to the northwest. You're correct.
Yes.
Yes. But it is 5A, isn't it?
It's 5A's to the north, Glen Lossie, that the sort of Dallas area. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I think if we go to viewpoint 5, that might help us here. And that shows views across the fringes of LCT 10 and 11, I think, near Upper Knockando, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Right. I'll put some suggestions to you about this. Hang on just a moment. Yeah, put some points to you about this viewpoint in the vain hope that you'll surrender and agree with everything I say, but at least we'll clarify the differences between us. That's the photomontage. We can see that forestry, and we know what can happen to forestry, so let's park that for the moment, will conceal a good chunk of the turbine towers. We're left with what you see. There's quite a lot hidden behind the forestry there, isn't there?
Yes, that's correct.
You say that at 614 here of your evidence, no need to go to it, but I'll just quote, you dominate the skyline of the hills. I have to suggest that's quite an overstatement in respect of this viewpoint, where you've got no turbines at full height, one turbine to hub height, and some blade tips. Dominance is an overstatement from this viewpoint, I suggest.
From that viewpoint, but as I've mentioned earlier this morning in my evidence, I think there would be increased visibility from elsewhere within those fringes, those upland fringes.
So, obviously, your viewpoint's representative. That mantra is accepted. But so that you would accept what I suggest from that viewpoint, but you're saying if you move to and fro, dominance may come into play.
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, the reporters can take that into the field. We disagree, obviously, but there we go. I would also suggest that from a landscape character point of view, that the turbines are, and you've heard me use this phrase before, they're over there, they're firmly rooted in the uplands, they don't trespass upon other landscape character types in a landscape impact sense.
No, I don't agree with that.
You say that they appear to come down the hill towards you into the neighbouring landscape type?
I think that area in the Upper Knockando area has quite a small scale because of the settlement, the enclosed fields, small woodlands, etc. It's contained by the upland edges, and because it's quite a small area in terms of extent as well, I think that influences a change to perception of that landscape character. In terms you've got large-scale infrastructure, you've already got views of Paul's Hill, though that is set a bit further back into the uplands and doesn't have such a wide extent as Clash Gour would have in terms of views from the minor road I've mentioned. So it's the spread on the skyline of relatively low uplands that are containing that little pocket of smaller scale landscape.
Okay. Well, I'll leave the reporters with a note that there's quite a strong disagreement on that point on the evidence, Mr. Welch, but I have to leave it there. That's fine. If we go to viewpoint 27 now, which is CD13 Volume 3E. Let's look at the context, first of all, at 749B and C. Sorry, no, it's not. It's B. Stupid boy. It's 749A. So we get the cumulative context. We can see Paul's Hill. You would see if consented and built.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick.
Sorry.
Helen is just waving.
Sorry.
Are we having this on the screen?
Sorry, Helen, I apologise. I'm carried away. Next one up, or down rather, that's it. No, too far, thank you. No, in between, down, next one down. That's it, that'll do. So here you will see Paul's Hill, you would see Paul's Hill to have built. You'll see parts of Buryburn at a greater distance. Going to the photomontage here, with a distance of 4.2K. And in figure 749D now, please, sorry, Helen, 49D, we can see the development. And you say dominant in that viewpoint. We say prominent. We say firmly rooted in the uplands. What do you say to that?
I stick by dominant because in this view you can see to the right you see the upper part of the lossy which digs into the uplands forming a gorge and you're seeing smaller scale features in that valley including the farm that's in the photograph. And I think that would have a dominant effect.
It's just that you are, in this particular case, overrating susceptibility here. And the features which lead me to suggest that are the fairly large-scale fields and the extent of the commercial forestry. We think you're overrating susceptibility here.
But, Mr. Trinick, you asked me about dominance as opposed to prominence, and that needs to be considered within magnitude of change, not susceptibility.
Oh, I thought you were you were talking about significance there. My apologies. Okay.
I was talking about magnitude of change
You
in
talk about
terms of
magnitude.
contrast
All right.
with smaller scale features in that view.
All right. Well, let's track back to sensitivity then in that case, because I thought that was a significance comment and I got that wrong. But in terms of, never mind value, in terms of susceptibility, I'd suggest that you've overrated that here because of the fairly large scale in terms of the fields and because of the commercial forestry. This is a relatively low susceptibility landscape in that viewpoint.
Can you just give me a moment
Yes, of
to
Please do.
read what I assessed that viewpoint to be, please, in terms of susceptibility? If I can draw the reporters to the tables in the appendices of my inquiry report that provides a comparison for viewpoint 27. So in that you will see, I don't know if you have that, sir. Do you have that? Yes. You will see for viewpoint 27.
So stop it. That's page 30 for the programme.
39, yes.
38?
39.
Electronic or real?
Oh, paper copies, sorry.
Whatever. Yeah. Viewpoint 27 anyway. Carry on, sorry.
So for viewpoint 27, in the middle column of that table, I note what is said in the LVIA in the EIA, and then I comment on that in the table, the column on the right-hand side.
Indeed.
And I consider that a medium-low sensitivity is too low for that viewpoint. And I consider that receptor susceptibility has been underestimated because that road is, on which the viewpoint is located, is frequently used by cyclists. And then I also mentioned because the route has some value in offering close views of a presently less developed upland landscape and the diverse lower Glen Lossie.
Well, I think you've mixed your metaphors there. I was going to take you here, because are you not getting confused between susceptibility and value there? That I would say that the value you describe in terms of close views of the upland is in fact a susceptibility issue. It's not to do with the value of the landscape. And my suggestion again is that you look here across the whole of the upland. This is an expansive view. You've got large fields, you've got commercial forestry. Whatever the value may be, I think the susceptibility you've over-egged.
No, I don't agree with that. I'm just one notch above the medium-low sensitivity considered in the LVIA. It's certainly not over-egged. It is a well-used road. It is a minor road. It's not named or promoted in any way, but it is well used by cyclists. I've seen them often myself. So that's in terms of susceptibility. I don't think I am muddled in terms of value. This is considering sensitivity as a whole in this comment, in this part of the table. And I think there is some value in terms of appreciating an upland landscape close by.
All right. We know we disagree on that. 6.7. Here we are talking about Broad Valley farmland. And perhaps you get out from CD 13, volume 3C, viewpoint 10 for this purpose.
I'm sorry, Mr. Trinning. Can you just repeat that again?
Yes, of course. It's CD
struggling with
13.
visualizations. CD
13, volume 3C, and I'll give you the figure number 732A.
Okay.
And by all means have in front of you as well, it would be useful probably, your Appendix B, your comparison for this landscape type, which at least in my paper version is numbered at the bottom of the page 32. Now, I don't think for this landscape we have a material disagreement on sensitivity. The issue here is about magnitude. Right so far?
Sorry. Sorry, had you asked a question? I was
Don't
trying
worry,
to find the
that's all right.
page number. Sorry. Could
No,
you
that's
repeat it?
perfectly right. If I start asking before you're ready, bear in mind I'm very old and I can't repeat things easily, so just stop me before I start, and I will. If we look at the Appendix B to your inquiry report, which I have as real page number 32, Broad Farm Valley, I don't think there's anything worth exploring on differences of sensitivity. The real difference to explore between us will be in relation to magnitude here. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So in terms of magnitude, trying to find where you... Yes, magnitude range from medium to high medium, as you describe on that page. We say lower than that. The reason that we think we're right and you're wrong, if you, I think, go to the photo montage, sorry, Helen, which is 732C, for two reasons. Firstly, this is not, although it's a representative viewpoint, it's a representative of a very narrow area. You don't travel about the landscape far from this viewpoint and get that type of view at all. This is the worst case in a very narrow area. Do you agree with that?
I do agree.
Yeah. And secondly, we say that within this heavily, because this is a landscape we're addressing, in this heavily wooded landscape, the magnitude in terms of the effect on the LCT, it's really represented by this viewpoint. It's really quite low.
Well,
in landscape terms, noting the viewpoint 10, the VP is not a surrogate for a landscape effect.
but it demonstrates landscape effects, and that's why it's important to consider. I think there is a significant effect on the landscape character of this inner, incised part of the Spey Valley, largely because there are no views of wind farms at the moment, and because of bringing a sense of that development into what is a very intimately scaled and strongly contained landscape that has a very strong sense of seclusion. It's an effect really on the perception of that inner part of the Spey Valley. I've been very clear in my evidence that there would be a significant effect on a very small part of the Spey Valley, the broad farmed valley LCT. So I am clear about that. And I do recognise that there's extensive screening by landform and woodland in that area. But this view, I also accept it as a worst case view, and views will be rare, but it nonetheless, I feel there is a significant effect on that small part of the inner Spey.
All right. I mean, if we can debate whether or not from this viewpoint the landscape character effect is significant or not, and we say it isn't, you say it is. But extrapolating that to the whole of the LCT7, I suggest, is a leap too far. You cannot claim a significant landscape character effect on the whole of the LCT.
I haven't done that.
No, but I want to be clear, on the whole of the LCT, or the LCT as a whole, phrase it rather better, because of this single viewpoint. The landscape character effect you claim is very limited to this incised part of the valley.
Yes, I have accepted that, and I consider that I have been clear in my evidence in that. What I'd also point out to the reporters is that landscape character types differ in terms of their size and also in relation to what level of detail they've been undertaken in.
So I'm losing you a bit. Can you?
Oh, sorry.
No.
So landscape character types can differ in terms of their size, their extent. The Spey Valley landscape character type is very big. It includes all of the valley from the coast to the edge of Moray and beyond, I suspect, in the SNH sort of assessment. So it is very large. You could get a very small landscape character type with a greater extent of significant effect on it. So it can be a little bit arbitrary. It also depends, you can do landscape character assessments at 1 to 25,000 scale, in which case they would be much smaller and they would have lots of subdivisions of the broader landscape character types. But I would just conclude and say that I do accept it wouldn't be over the whole of the landscape character type, which is very large, and it would really be on a small part, which I have been clear in stating.
No, the difference is very clear, and I'm grateful. Paragraph 6.8, the last of the landscape character types we need to look at, following which, ma'am, I'm going to suggest a short break.
Paragraph
6.8 of your inquiry report at page 10, and also have JW2 in front of you. And the reason for going to the JW2 is I think we can explore this matter without necessarily going to viewpoints. Firstly, because we've already been to VP 27. Secondly, because if you look at LCT 5A on JW2, and reporters might want to have a felt tip pen to hand, if you go from east to west, from viewpoint 7 through to 26, and then up to the northwest to the figure 5, the edge of, to where it says 5A, there's apparent visibility there, which I suggest is heavily mitigated by woodland. Would you agree?
Yes, I do agree.
And if you go to viewpoint 27 and you go west and north of that, and by north I mean up to west of viewpoint 28, all that green area of apparent visibility is also heavily mitigated by woodland.
Yes, I do. I agree with that.
So that, again, to the extent, and we'll have to agree to disagree on significance, but if there is a significant landscape effect, it's extremely localized within this LCT.
And I think I've acknowledged that in my inquiry report.
Well, maybe I'm just suspicious, but there we are. I want to get the point clear that that's a very localized effect. Just out of interest, though, I want to return to 1.467 and 6.8. In your Appendix A, you have your methodology where you describe how you treat sensitivity, and you describe how you treat magnitude, and you also, at page 28 within Annex A, tell us how you come to views on significance. And you say you judge significance to be either major, moderate, minor, or negligible. Moderate and major impacts are judged to be significant. And you're not alone in this, but I suggest, like so many people with your qualification, having set out a careful methodology, when it comes to the assessment, you don't actually use it. I don't see in 6.7 and 6.8 any reference to the level of significance. Would I be right? You just say significant.
I may say it in the table, actually, in appendix.
Let's see if you do. If you do, I shall handsomely apologise. I don't think you do, actually. You say just significantly affected, don't you?
Sorry, in the table? For the rolling farmland and forests with valleys, landscape character type.
I'll look at broad farm
Page
valley.
32. Oh, sorry, I'm paper copies, so they're different page numbers.
Sorry. Well, go where you want first. Rolling.
Okay, the rolling farmland and forests with valleys,
Yeah.
which in my paper copy is page 32.
Yeah. I mean, you describe sensitivity and magnitude, but you don't actually reach a view on the level of significance. You just say it's significant, don't you?
That's true, but I have actually made a judgment on magnitude of change and sensitivity.
No, you go in a different direction. I'm just dealing with the level of significance. I think I have the answer. I'm not being unduly critical. You just conclude significance, don't you?
A mistake. It should be in there. It's not.
Don't worry. You'll improve next time.
Hopefully.
Ma'am, that'd be a convenient moment.
Yes, we can take a break. It's 10:44. Should we say till 11 o'clock?
Yes, fine. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, sir. Just to finish off on landscape character, would you get out the CD 7.1, the GLVIA, and within it go to paragraph 548. And it says each effect on landscape receptors needs to be assessed in terms of its size or scale, the geographical extent of the area influenced, and its duration and reversibility. That takes us on to paragraph 553, or at least a heading above that paragraph, where we see that what we're talking about there is judging the overall significance of landscape effects. And I'd like you then to go to paragraph 556. No hard and fast rules about what makes significant effect. No standard approach. At opposite ends of a spectrum, it is reasonable to say that, first bullet point, you can get major loss or irreversible negative effects over an extensive area. And so it goes on, but it's the extensive area bit I want to focus on. Second bullet point, reversible negative effects of short duration over a restricted area. So we're talking again about geographical extent. Now, in your methodology, at Appendix A to your inquiry report, which, Helen, please keep the GLVIA up. We'll just go to the inquiry report. You deal with magnitude of effect on, well, my numbered page 27. And you tell us there about the factors you take into account when judging magnitude. But those factors don't include, hang on, let me just see I'm in the right place here. Sorry, it's not. It's page landscape. It's page 26. My apologies. Page 26. there are a number of bullet points where you tell us the factors you take into account. They don't include geographic extent, do they?
No, that isn't listed, and I think it probably should be in there. I do agree with that. I agree with that criticism. It should say extent because I have taken into account extent in my assessment.
Well, let's see if you have, because in terms of the Broad Farm Valley and LCT 7 and rolling, whatever it is, LCT 5A anyway, coming back to the GLVIA, which is still on the screen, we're told in the third bullet point where assessments of significant, in the second bullet point, after restricted area, on elements and or aesthetic and perceptual aspects that contribute to but are not key characteristics of the character of landscape's community value are likely to be of least significance. So you've got a spectrum between extensive area, major effects, and restricted area, lesser effects. My suggestion is that you should not reach a conclusion on significance until you have been through this exercise of looking explicitly at the geographic extent of the effects you assess, of the magnitude of effects assessed. And you don't do that.
I do that because I look at the extent of those significant effects, and I'm quite clear about where those effects lie. I think it's important to note that GLVIA it provides guidance in terms of what needs to be considered in an assessment and the steps that you need to take in coming to your findings, but it's not prescriptive in telling practitioners how to reach their own judgments. And I would say it's an aspect of professional judgment. And as you say in 5.56, right at the start of that paragraph, it clearly says there are no hard and fast rules about what makes a significant effect. I have used my professional judgment, and I come to I have a clear opinion that there would be a significant effect on a small part of the broad farmed valley, i.e. the Spey Valley, landscape character type, and landscape character type 5A.
All right. Well, we can agree to differ on that methodological point as well, but thank you for your answer. I want to go on briefly to look now at the SLA, the Spey Valley SLA, and very briefly because some of what I've already asked in the context of viewpoint 5 and perhaps even viewpoint 10 covers this issue. Would you get a CD 516, please? This is the local landscape designation review, which is useful because it has a map on page, paper page 11, which usefully shows in brown the extent of the old AGLVs and what were then the candidate SLAs. First of all, am I right that the then proposed boundaries of the candidate Spey Valley SLA have become the actual boundaries?
Yes, they have.
Yeah. So we're looking there. We can see the extent of the Spey Valley SLA. If we look at then JW2 again, the SLA is stippled. It's quite a complex map, this, but you know it well. I'm sure you don't need guidance from me on where the SLA is. We can see it, the reporters can see it. Up to the point where the map ends, obviously it goes, as CD 516 map on page 11 shows, it goes a long way north.
Mm-hmm.
I've only got one question. We think yours is a pretty fair appraisal, actually, of the impacts on the SLA. There's not a great difference between us. But given the size of the SLA, I guess you're not contending an impact on the integrity of the SLA as a result of this proposed development.
Well, I don't think there is a test in terms of considering integrity when it's a local landscape designation. So I haven't undertaken that exercise. So I can't answer that question.
Well, that's fair enough. But of course, there may be a policy test, and you may inform the result of that policy test. But if that's your answer, that's your answer.
Well, it's on the character of part. My test is on the character and the special qualities of the part of the Spey Valley SLA that would be affected.
All right. So your evidence goes as far as it goes. I can't take you further. That's fine. Thank you. 710 in your inquiry report at page 17. It's a small point. You tell us in the third line about the introduction of new views of wind farm development of the Spey Valley floor, where none are presently visible, being seen sequentially from minor roads crossing the valley and from the Spey and its banks. I'd invite you to look at the JW2 and to accept that actually there is almost no actual visibility of the development from the River Spey or its banks, apart from a tiny patch near viewpoint 10.
Well, this paragraph, 7.10 in my inquiry report, is looking at cumulative effects in the application stage wind farm scenario. So it also considers Rothes 3, and I think it's important to point that out.
Yes, that's
So
fair.
this is talking about sequential views of wind farm development, meaning the all application stage wind farms. So that's what that relates to, about views being seen sequentially from minor roads crossing the valley from the Spey and its banks. It's not specifically mentioning Clash Gour or necessarily relating to Clash Gour. It's just it's a comment about how these principally Paul's Hill 2, Clash Gour and Rothes 3 would be seen sequentially from these areas.
Well, all right, but I'm concerned with Clash Gour, and 710 does say the proposed development and scenario B would together with. So you're aiming that at Clash Gour as well. I'm only concerned with Clash Gour.
I think it's maybe semantics.
No,
and
hang on, I haven't finished the question.
Sorry.
Apologies. I'm only concerned with Clash Gour, and JW2 is concerned with Clash Gour. So I repeat my question, which was, there's only a tiny bit of visibility of Clash Gour from the Spey Valley and in the area of viewpoint 10. That's it. Never mind the other developments.
I think I would not quite agree with you that it's tiny and it's small in extent, but just because it's small in extent doesn't mean it's not important.
That's a different question. Mine was purely factual, is the extent of visibility. Whether it matters or not, that's a different issue. It's a very small area of potential visibility of Clash Gour in the area of viewpoint 10. There is no other visibility from the river or its banks.
And you're meaning the river and its banks not within the study area or within the whole of the Spey?
You're now playing for time because you heard my question very carefully. From the river and its banks. That was my question. Can I have your answer?
Well, I agree. It's a small
Thank you.
Extent of visibility.
All right. from the area of viewpoint 10 and no other. Is that right, factually?
No, that's not right. Because if you just moved a few metres away from viewpoint 10, you would still get views.
Right,
if you walked along the field in the foreground of that view, you would get views.
I'll accept that answer, from the area of viewpoint 10 as a representative viewpoint. Very well. Now I want to turn to visual effects. I'm not going to deal with the Spey Valley again in 616.1 because we've done that sufficiently already in terms of the viewpoints. I want you to go to 616.2, please, which is on page 12. And we're looking here at views from the A95.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, are we with my inquiry report?
Yes,
616.
616.2 on page 12. And you'll need also to get out here CD 122, figure 722C.
CD22.
Sorry?
CD22.
No, sorry, CD 122.
122.
Figure 722C. And have you got that hard copy or on screen?
On screen.
Have you got hard copies CD 123, which are the SI 2020 visualizations, because you need to look at something side by side?
No.
They are around within your bubble because they were being used during the evidence of Mr. Welch. And Helen, just for your purposes, it's figure 768A.
Is it viewpoint 13?
Yes.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Which volume are you looking at, just to be sure?
Well, it's an older volume, it has to be said.
Well, it doesn't really matter, actually.
I think there's not much difference.
No, there's not much difference. As long as you've got the wireline, which is what I'm after.
Yes, I've got that.
That's good. Now, in your paragraph 616.2, you say what you say about views from the A95 west of Abelair. You refer to viewpoint 13, and you say views of the proposed development adversely affecting the perception of Murray's largely unspoiled and diverse landscape. If we go to that figure 722C, and use chainages because that's what we have, we can see that there is some visibility between 23 and 2/3 kilometres and just over 26 kilometres. Do you see that?
Yes, that's near Mary Park, yes.
Near Mary Park, that's that bit. In that bit, I suggest that views are heavily mitigated by tree cover. Would you agree?
I think that's fair to say.
Then we come up to the area of viewpoint 13 north of Birdie's Croft, and between chainage 29.5 and roughly 33, there is some, I suggest, intermittent visibility because of tree cover.
Intermittent, but there is one stretch where it's much more open.
And that's around viewpoint 13.
It is, yes.
Yeah. So for this entire stretch of the A95, my suggestion is that the reporters need only really focus on the area of viewpoint 13,
I
so
think-
far as visibility of Clash Gour is concerned?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah. And when it comes to viewpoint 13, of course you can be cycling, you can be walking, you can be driving. If you're driving, it's a view perpendicular to the road, isn't it?
Well, if you're driving, but you do, if you have passengers in the car, they're not obviously constrained. They can.
As a matter of fact, it's perpendicular
Yes,
to the road.
yes.
Thank you. Yep, that covers the A95. Thank you very much. 616.3. And we're now on to the minor road between Dallas and Upper Knockando. I'll just give you the viewpoint number. However you've got to represent it is good for me. For those who want the reference, it's CD 123, figure 756A. We know what you say in 616.3 about this minor road. It's quite a focus, and there is evidence, indeed, about the Clash Gour project. You refer to two representative viewpoints. We may or may not go to them, and you make the claims you do. Now, this figure 756A is one of a series, isn't it? So let's look through them. In 756A, we've got Clash Gour, behind that Berry Burn, and if consented, Berry Burn 2. To the left, we've got, at a greater distance, we've got Paul's Hill. Going over to the next image, which is looking north from memory, or northwest, towards Cluny as a single type over there, not much else. But then if we turn and look the other way, we've got obviously Rothes and Rothes 2 and Meikle Hill, which is quite a feature from this road. Now Meikle Hill, as I understand it, was consented by Murray Council. It didn't go to appeal.
I think that's the case.
Were you involved in that application?
I wasn't.
You weren't asked to comment on Meikle Hill?
I wasn't, no.
Now, looking at 756A and panning to Rothes, in terms of the perceived height of the turbines, it would seem to me that in perception the turbines at Clash Gour are roughly the same as, maybe a bit higher than, but not distinctly different from those within Rothes 2. Would you agree?
Well, they're partly screened, aren't they? So you don't see that many of them in that particular view.
No, well, I would agree with that. But if you look at the wire line for the moment, I acknowledge the screening point, but the images of the Rothes 3 turbines and those of Clash Gour are broadly the same size, a factor of distance, isn't it? But they are, aren't they?
They appear to be, yes.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. I don't want to get into an examination I have with Mr. Moody about Father Ted Dougal and the cows, but we'll play that particular strain, but you'll see what I mean. Now, just a question going back into the dim and distant past. There was a landscape capacity study in 2012. You were the author, weren't you?
I was. Well, I was joint author.
Joint author. Did Did that make reference to sensitivities relating to this road? Can you remember?
I think it did.
So there was a concern about development impinging on views from this road then.
At that stage, it was trying to set, or giving guidance to set wind farm development back from the road to avoid a sort of tunnel effect with having development too close either side. And it also mentioned, because obviously there was more development on the eastern side, because Rothes 1 was there, and I think possibly at the time Rothes 2 had been consented, or maybe was under construction in 2012, I'm not quite sure. But over to the west, we just had Bury Burn, which is well set back into that upland area. And the foreground of that view in that particular area, we felt was worth noting and conserving, because it has this pattern of woodland and moorland, which did lend some diversity to that section of the route.
Mm-hmm. That's very fair. And then along comes Murray Council and grants consent for Meikle Hill, right, which is a fairly large image, isn't it, from when viewing east, and hardly in sympathy with the views expressed in the 2012 LCS, I would suggest.
I admit it's close. I'm not quite sure when it was consented, but I understand...
2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I understand that there's some doubt about whether it will go ahead.
Well, that's hardly the point, is it? It was consented after the 2012 LCS by Murray Council, very close to the road, which your LCS says needs some careful attention in terms of future development. As a matter of fact, that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, though, because there was development already, which was more visible on the east side of the road. I think in the 2012 report, but I don't have that in front of me, I think it specifically notes the views to the west.
Wow. How convenient for Clash Gour. There we go. Go to, please, CD17, which is a design and access statement. Is this a document with which you are very familiar?
Sorry, which part? Because they're in three parts. It's in three parts, isn't it?
Well, it's page 28 I'm after. Are you familiar with this document?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes. Page 28?
Yeah. Numbered page, not electronically, but real page numbers.
I think that's not part one.
Well, if you keep turning the pages, you'll get to page 28.
Oh. I thought it was in two parts, the text.
It's in lots of parts, but the numbers don't start again, so keep turning the pages.
No, it's stopping. It's part two. Thank you, Helen.
Was there something electronic that stops you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. My apologies. I didn't realise that. Okay.
I think it's 2 pages on the electronic version, all in one.
Oh, God. Paper copies, much better.
28.
Yeah. Well, my apologies for that. There's undue criticism of you. Page 28, paragraph 3.5, design evolution. It's on screen in front of you as well, but...
I can't read that.
No, it's okay, don't worry. You've got it?
I have got it.
Sorry, thank you. Here we have a section on design evolution, and I'm going to skim quickly through. Talks about scoping layout, revised scoping layout. We can see those layouts, design chill layout, over the page, final design freeze layout, and so it goes. And then move on to page 38, please, which is in section 4. And are you there?
No, not quite.
Don't
So
worry.
it takes a bit of time to scroll down.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry.
Design response.
That's it. Page 38 within that section. Well, paragraph 4.2 anyway. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Thank you. You're familiar with these pages, so I'm not going to go into detail, but we can see that the relative proximity to the road we're talking about is studied on page 38 in a number of scenarios. And on the next page, we have a map of the constraints that were looked at and the response to those constraints. On page 40, we've got illustrations from the yellow bog viewpoint, viewpoint 1, various options being looked at. We're not going to agree on the question of impacts, Ms. Anderson, but would you at least accept that the Clash Gour applicant has given the most careful attention to design generally and to the need to set back from this road in particular?
I would agree that attention has been given to it, but as I say in my inquiry report, I think it doesn't go far enough.
No, we're not going to agree on impacts, so we'll never do that. But perhaps partly for the purposes of Schedule 9 of the Electricity Act, when the ministers consider the reporter's report, it can, I think, be fairly recorded that the applicants, whether or not you agree with the result, have done their level best to minimise impacts from this road.
Well, I don't know what you mean by level best exactly.
They've given great attention to the constraint of this road.
They have given some attention. I think we're just going to have to disagree.
That's fine. That's fine. We can disagree. I'm happy with that. Just one further point on this road, though. If you go to the 2017 LCS CD56, I want to look at the sorry, my apologies. No, I'm not going to go there. I'll go somewhere else. Hang on. Now, I want you to take up Mr. Templeton's inquiry report, which is CD 16.3.
I have that.
And go to Appendix 2, which, and the first of the two maps within Appendix 2.
Oh, is that a separate document, the appendices?
I
don't
have
seem
no
to
idea.
have that with my electronic copy.
Yes, it is. There's a 16.3.1 and a 16.3.2. It's 16.3.2 you're
okay.
Oh,
after.
I see. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. That will just take a bit of time because I need to...
Don't worry.
Sir, we have a hard copy, if we could have permission to pass it to Ms. Anderson.
I can find it, but it was probably on the stick, so I can find it. It's just that I downloaded...
I welcome the hard copy if that's possible, just for reasons of speed, because we need to get on. It's Friday.
I have it. Sorry, I have it.
There you are.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you.
Looking at this map, I know this isn't your map, it's Murray's map, and we'll explore this map, no doubt, in week 3 of this inquiry. But you can see that the pink, and this is LCT 10, to the northeast of Clash Gour envisages the potential for development closer to that Dallas-Knockendore Road than the proposed turbines. As a matter of fact, that's correct, isn't it? Actually, just before we go on, Helen, you haven't got the right map up. It's Appendix 2. That's the one. That's the correct map. Closer to the Dallas-Knockendore Road than the turbines. You can see that, can't you, in the pink?
Yes, but the reason for that is because not all of the constraints defined in the capacity study are mapped in the GIS overlay. So
whatever the reason, a developer is entitled to look at a policy document and not have to go behind it to look at that policy document. And this is part of a policy document, and say, that pink indicates this may be an area I can reasonably look for development.
Right.
And that pink area goes closer to the minor road than the Clash Gour turbines, doesn't it?
It does, but I think you need to address these questions to Mr. Templeton.
I will, but I'm entitled to put that point to you because of the points you've made about that road. Thank you. I think we can leave the rest of the your visual evidence, by which I mean 616, 4 and 5, because they've been adequately explored in evidence already or through other questions I put to you, and we know where we differ, so there's little point in giving you examination on that. So we now turn, I think, to the LCS. Just one point before I do. On wind farm landscapes, you dealt with this in chief today, and you said, you referred to going to the Galloway Hills and seeing Kilgalliack and Erect at a distance, registering that the landscape is dominated by wind turbines so that you don't appreciate the underlying landform. And then you said in this case, that experience would register in views from Ben Rins and from Ben Egan. That was your evidence in chief.
I said that a wind farm landscape would be perceived from, I didn't use the word perceived, I don't think, but I think there would be
experienced.
An experience, yeah.
That's what you said. Now, I just want to explore one point here, that when you are experiencing the fact of a wind farm landscape over there when I am sitting here at whatever distance, are you talking about a visual perception there or a landscape character perception?
I think it's both.
So even if you were at, shall we say, just over 21 kilometres, I'm talking about viewpoint 19 here and the evidence Mr. Moody gave, even if you were at 21 kilometres, looking at a wind farm landscape, which undeniably is over there at that distance, are you really saying that's a landscape character effect at that distance?
Yes, I'm not saying it's a significant effect necessarily, but I'm saying that there is an effect on the appreciation of landscape character, or there can be, depending on the context of the viewpoint, what you see in it, etc.
Yeah, well, the spectrum of response to landscape character impacts can vary from minimal to very significant indeed. But what you're saying is you will get some perception of changes in landscape character at whatever distance, but not necessarily significant.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Whereas the visual impact may be significant.
It could be,
Okay.
depending on the context.
That's fine. We've drawn the distinction I wanted, and I'm grateful. But just a couple of points on, well, one point on 6.9 of your inquiry report on page 10. You deal in 6.9 with the AGLV. Can we agree that although it's referred to in Murray's objection, the reporters need not concern themselves at all in this inquiry with the old AGLV? They can entirely focus on the SLA.
I would confirm that.
That's
yes.
fine. There's a reason for me asking that. It doesn't have anything to do with your evidence. We'll come to it in 2 weeks' time. Thank you. The LCS. If we go to 8.6 on page 20 of your inquiry report.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Page
that?
20 of your
20.
inquiry report at paragraph 8.6. This is where you reach some overall conclusions in your evidence. In fact, your final conclusion, I therefore conclude that are inappropriate in terms of nature and extent of their significant adverse effects on landscape and views within Murray. And then you express a view that there might be a more modest scheme. But that's the overall single-sentence conclusion. In 8.1, you say, and as SPP says, using the phrase from there, it's not the right development in the right place. And what I want to explore with you now is we can disagree happily on whether it's the right development, but we say, well, actually, it's not in the wrong place. It's partly in the right place. It's wholly in the right place. So that's the topic of this part of the discussion. Are we in the right place or not? And if at any stage you say this is for Mr. Templeton, that's fine, I'll explore it, but I don't want to miss the chance. I want you to get out Mr. Templeton's inquiry report again. I think you really ought to have the hard copy for this purpose. It's going to be a lot quicker, if that's okay.
I have it on the screen.
No, yeah, I'd rather you, because we're going to be flipping to and fro and it's going to get messy. If you go to his Appendix 1, I'd rather you did it on paper. While I'm doing here, this part of cross-examination, I'm seeking clarity on what's what. This Appendix 1 map would appear to show a spatial framework in accordance with SPP. Mm-hmm. There are no Group 1 areas, but the Group 2, you can see the circles where space around villages, and there are some extractions from Group 3 areas around Clash Gour because of carbon-rich soils. You can see that.
Yes.
Good. We can see that, at least in terms of the SPP spatial framework approach, that the Dallas and Altair, the northern and eastern groups, are more or less all within Group 3. Dunfale is, for carbon-rich soil reasons, partly in Group 2 and partly in Group 3. Right so far? Mm-hmm. If we then get out, and you can do this electronically, I'm sure. No, you can do it actually in Mr. Templeton's You don't need to go there. Go to his third map, please. That's the Appendix 2 map, which we've just been to. This shows the former supplementary guidance position for both repowerings and extensions, and other development for tip heights up to 150 metres. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, the pink area on that map reflects, as I understand it, Murray Council's refinement of the SPP position. They've taken into account a number of constraints, which has reduced the overall pink area for Group 3, and that produces the pink area on Appendix 2 map. Is that your broad understanding?
My understanding is that the pink area relates to the landscape character types and their sensitivity, but it doesn't map other constraints, more detailed constraints within those LCTs, such as the landmark hills, etc.
Okay.
But I do think that you would be better clarifying that with Mr. Templeton.
I shall, but I do want to, while you're there, get the understanding as far as I can. If you say you don't know, that's fine, of the relationship between the LCS and the SG, so you can help me to an extent here. If we go then to the LCS maps, that is CD56, and I want the map for LCS 10, LCT 10. Don't put away the Templeton inquiry report. You'll need them side by side, which is why I wanted you to have hard copy. Sorry, Helen, no page numbers here. It's, yep, we're getting on there. So LC, character type key map 10, it says at the top. There we are. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Now, on the LCT map, we have hatching potential scope for large and very large turbines, 80 to 150 metres. On Mr. Templeton's map, that's simply for extensions and repowering. There's an issue I want to explore as to how what you described as potential scope for very large turbines, which didn't appear just to refer to repowerings and extensions, but any potential there happened to be at all, became simply an extensions and repowering option in the SG. Can you help me there?
No, I can't. You have to ask Mr. Templeton
All right,
that.
that's perfectly fair. In that case, I'll leave the rest of that particular bit to Mr. Templeton to find out what on earth did happen. At all events, the evidence you give today in terms of the potential for the turbines up to 150 metres is based on your LCS, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, not on the SG.
No.
That's helpful. Slightly changing topic, still it's all LCS-based examination, this. I know that you are up to speed with the evolution of larger turbines.
Yes.
You know the way the market's going. I know you do, so I won't insult your intelligence by pushing that further. And I think you're also up to speed with the issue of an increasing lack of availability of smaller turbines in the market.
Yes, I do appreciate that.
Can we also agree that Clash Gour is physically, not legally, physically, an extension proposal in 3 parts.
I wouldn't actually term it an extension. I think in terms of the number of turbines, I mean, it's a very big extension. And it would be a bit like putting a block of flats against a smaller house, really, in terms of the size of turbines, the comparable size of turbines. So you have a 4-storey extension next to a small house. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was a very compatible extension.
No, I think you're going to areas of judgment here. Physically, the 3 bits of Clash Gour are congruent with, contiguous with Bury Burn. They are extensions.
They extend from it in so far as they abut it.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all I'm asking you. Now, in terms of extensions and repowering, would you go to CD 5.5, please, which is the Murray SG, at page 20.
Okay?
Got there?
Yes.
In the second paragraph on that page, under heading Extensions and Repowering, Murray take the view that proposed extensions should incorporate the same design principles as adjacent wind farms, with turbines the same scale, size and colour, and the same rotational speed. How practical is that advice, Ms. Anderson?
I think turbines don't always have to be precisely the same size. It does depend on the context, the views towards the 2 developments or more developments, whatever. For example, you may have an instance where actually, just to bring the reporter's attention to viewpoint 4 at Tom Dow, that's quite a good example where the northern group of turbines in Clash Gour are seen next to Hill of Glasgow, which is approximately 30 metres lower than the Clash Gour turbines. But because the Clash Gour turbines are seen just slightly behind, the bases of them are screened by landform, it reduces the apparent kind of differences in height. There may be distance coming into that as well as a factor. So I don't think turbines have to be exactly the same size, but where you've got a very big difference in size, which is noticeable, which Clash Gour is from other viewpoints in comparison with other.
As I'm not necessarily talking about the site-specific acceptability of any particular project. You're aware of the evolution of the turbine market. You're aware it's not, you simply can't get hold now of turbines of the size of Bury Burn. You know that. The advice given by Murray, we're playing at the margins of the question so far. Let's look at it more directly. This is totally impractical advice, isn't it? It'll never be fulfilled.
Possibly not in current situation, the current times.
And that's all I wanted to get to, and because that takes us back to your landscape capacity study, CD 5.6 in section 4 on page 20. know when you're there.
Uh, 520, was it?
Page 20.
Oh, page 20, sorry.
Now that section of your LCS specifically acknowledges the need to look at much bigger turbines than those deployed to date. Not only up to 150 metres, but up to 200 metres. That's right, isn't it?
It's correct, yeah.
Yeah. And it says what it says. It gives certain advice. So let's look at what it says about the area we're looking at today. You'll need to go now to your Appendix E to the LCS. Appendix E.
Okay.
And Appendix E represents, let's get to the first page of it, an exercise in looking at, well, supposing we did certain wind farms were repowered to 150 and 200 metres, what would happen and how acceptable might that be? So there are, I think, viewpoints. I can't remember which viewpoint it is for Bury Burn. Somebody help me. It's viewpoint 10 with an Appendix B. And we see there's the current turbines at Bury Burn. If we turn over the page, we can see a visualization of wireframe for 150-meter turbines. And then if we go to the next page, we get a visualization at 200 meters. And those are simply, it's just an exercise. There's no design element in this. You've simply replaced the Bury Burn turbines at 200
Yes,
meters.
it's quite simplistic.
It's very simplistic. I accept that. And I see the purpose of the exercise as not being critical. But it nevertheless enabled you, if we go back to page 24 of the SG, to reach some conclusions, which they may be very preliminary, they may be based on this simplistic exercise, but nevertheless they are in print and developers will read them.
Sorry, did you say the SG or did you say...
Sorry, LCS. Did I say
LCS?
the SG? My apologies.
And what...
Page 24.
Yes.
So we see at the bottom of page 24, viewpoint 10, Bury Burn. The operational wind farm is seen distantly from the viewpoint. It also sits relatively low in the landscape, contained by prominent hills, which results in it forming a minor feature in the view. Even with increases of turbines to 150 and 200 metres, this wind farm would not dominate the scale of these hills, although visual effects from the lock-in door barrier may increase the significant. Well, perhaps no surprises there. That's hardly a negative conclusion about 200-metre turbines in the vicinity of Bury Burn, is it?
That is one viewpoint.
Of course it's one viewpoint. I didn't write the report. You didn't have to put that. You've written in your report that from this viewpoint, that is your conclusion.
Yes, as a sample viewpoint. But as part of the exercise, we also carried out an assessment from other viewpoints, key viewpoints, with sample visualizations to come to judgments on acceptable sizes of turbine in the five landscape character types that were considered to be of lesser sensitivity.
Yes, and indeed, and to be fair to your overall conclusions at page 25, you, having been to key viewpoints, you conclude that 200 metres would be too large to accommodate in the uplands of Murray. So I see that. But the thrust of my current series of questions is that there's a complete disconnect, as I see it, between your landscape capacity study, which realistically looks at the inevitability of larger turbines, and the entirely constrained approach of the council you represent, which tells us that anything in the future has got to be the same size as what was there in the past.
Well,
Do you see that disconnect?
I think you need to address those questions to Mr. Templeton.
I will. I'm giving you a chance to comment. You don't want to?
No.
All right. Let's talk about Landmark Hills briefly.
Oh, no.
Just as a matter of fact, thankfully they're not an issue between us here, I think, but they were a creation of the 2012 LCS, is that right? Is that their first appearance?
Well, we didn't create them, I think. They were already there. But
yeah, the concept.
the concept. We were very happy with the concept. And I think, just to give a bit of background to the reporters, at that time, there were a couple of quite controversial development proposals that would have been located on a couple of these hills. And as we were doing our field work, we saw a number of similar hills that kept popping up in the landscape. And I think as you do your site visits in Moray, you probably sort of recognize some of these. And some of them are not very big. They're not the size of Ben Rinner's, the Buck, etc. But they are locally prominent within Moray, and most of them are landmark features.
That's fine. I mean, it's unasked for information, but nonetheless useful. I simply asked you if they were first noted as landmark hills, capital LH, into the 2012 LCS.
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Equally, we don't need to debate them today, do they? Because impacts on landmark hills don't form part of your evidence, Clash Gour. Thank you.
That's correct.
Some more general points on the LCS, and just for the reporter's benefit, I would say I'll be concluded before 1 o'clock. Get some water a minute. Let's look at the nature of the beast in terms of the LCS. It studies the relative sensitivities of the landscape and visual amenity combined in terms of sensitivity to different typologies of development. Those typologies are set out for reference for the reporters. We don't need to go there on page 11 and include a band of 80 to 130 meters. And then in section 4, as explored, we have, if you like, concept turbines of up to 200 meters also discussed. Stop me if I get anything wrong. Findings are made for each LCT in terms of ability to accommodate the different typologies of turbines. So, for reference only at this stage, page 74, paragraph 16.3 for LCT 10, page 77, paragraph 17.3 for LCT 11. We'll come back to those. If we go to paragraph 4.4 of your inquiry report, sorry, there isn't a 4.4. Sorry, I think it's the LCS itself, my apologies, to page 25. Yes, paragraph 4.4 there. And I'm just rehearsing still. We note the conclusions reached on larger turbines, those up to 200 metres have been there. Can I be clear?
Sorry, can we just check which landscape that's...
Sorry, it's page 25 of the LCS, paragraph 44. Headed conclusions. Just drawing attention to that in passing.
Turbines chapter, sorry. Yeah, it's just...
The recommendations you make in the landscape capacity study are not predicated on any requirement to fulfil any particular capacity for new or wind energy development in Murray. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think we've reached agreement on several occasions now about this. What it really is a relative sensitivity study,
Yes.
not a capacity study.
Mm-hmm.
It's also high level, it's strategic, it's
Yep.
not a substitute for LVIA.
No, absolutely not. No.
It's a useful, and we don't dispute its useful starting point, which identifies your view, as I've said, it may not be Murray's view, your view of where different typologies may be accommodated.
That's correct.
And I'm sure you acknowledge that at a site level LVIA, that may show that a development may actually be successfully accommodated in an area where your LCS concludes no scope.
That may be possible.
And no, thank you. That's a very fair answer. In terms of LCTs 10 and 11, let's look at the recommendations. So go first to page 72. Paragraph 16.3. Some limited scope for up to 150 metres or thereabouts. Yep. And 17.3 on page 77. Some very limited scope for turbines up to 150 metres. We're still in rehearsal mode here. That's what it says.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Let's explore that a bit further then. If you go to page 7 of the landscape capacity study.
Page 7.
Page 7, where the methodology is discussed. Paragraph 2.2. And acknowledging our discussion just now about relative sensitivity as opposed to capacity, capacity there is defined as the degree to which a particular landscape type or area is able to accommodate change without significant effects on its character or overall change of landscape capacity type. Capacity is likely to vary according to the type and nature of change being proposed. So is it the position of the landscape capacity study that if there are significant effects that may arise from development, then there is no capacity for that development?
Depends on the extent and nature of those potential significant effects.
Yes, I can only go on what's written in the report. I mean, that's what it says. So, okay, it depends on the nature and extent of significant effects. But if we go to paragraph 2.3 over the page, a slightly different definition. Landscape capacity, this relates to how far a landscape can accommodate development without unacceptable significant adverse impacts on its character. Am I right, therefore, to read that drawing from that, it's the level of sensitivity alone, which are the conclusions you reach on that, which determine whether or not, in the terms of this study, there is any capacity for development. Nothing else comes into the picture.
So could you repeat that question,
Yes, of course.
please?
So far as the conclusions of your study are concerned, because acceptability does come into your conclusions, would it be acceptable, wouldn't it? All you look at is landscape sensitivity and visual sensitivity, nothing else. That's all. That is the sole basis for the conclusion.
Yes.
Right? And in terms of the sensitivity levels, we go to page 15 of the study. So we can just note before going on what you mean when you say high, high, medium, or medium. We can read it for ourselves, but in terms of the conclusions you draw, if you reach a conclusion of high, medium, or higher, do you conclude there is no capacity, or might there still be some limited capacity?
Well, limited in high, medium, but high generally, no.
No, none. Okay. So far as LCT 10 and 11 is concerned, LCT 10, is that high, medium? Or is that medium?
I can't quite remember. I'd have to flick.
I think it's high,
I think
high,
it's
medium.
high, medium.
High, medium. And limited capacity. LCT 11 is, just reading it quickly, high, medium
High,
again,
medium.
but very limited. All right, that's where we get to. Now, we've already rehearsed the fact that value is not taken into account in this study.
That's right.
Let's go to page 12 of the study, therefore, paragraph 2.8. The study, second paragraph, the study does not consider designated landscapes such as areas of great landscape value or other recognized valued landscapes in the sensitivity assessment. This approach has been taken in the study in order to understand and identify capacity irrespective of planning and other designations. But whether or not a landscape is designated, you don't take account of value at all in this study.
No.
So the fact that something might be an SLA, that would in fact be factored in.
No, that's not been factored in.
Let's go to your Annex A to your report then. To your
Sorry,
inquiry.
can I just go back on that
Yes, of course,
point,
please
Mr.
do.
Trinity, just to clarify to the reporters? Some of the landscape capacity studies I have been involved with have considered value. For example, the Argyll and Bute wind energy capacity study. And at the time of the capacity studies being done, it really depended on the steering group, what their preference was, and particularly within the planning departments, whether they were going to overlay that, the local level of designations or national designations as a separate layer in terms of looking at specific developments. There are pros and cons of looking at designations because they don't always accord with landscape character type boundaries. Very often landscape designations include a number of landscape character types because it's the complexity and the interaction of those different character types that come together often to provide good scenery. For example, hills and valleys. So they're two different character types, but when they come together, they can often be scenic. So in consequence, sometimes when you're looking at doing a sensitivity assessment study, or capacity study in this case, where landscape values are being considered, you might only get a small part of the landscape character area that's covered by a designation. So it's quite difficult to then assess the effect on that and make a judgment. Obviously, because there's now new guidance which is promoting looking at value in sensitivity assessment studies, it will have to be looked at eventually when the capacity study is updated.
Well, that's fine, but we are where we are here with this study alone, and value is not taken into account. Would you therefore go, please, to your inquiry report, to Appendix A, another page 25. And at the top of page 25, you tell us that in the LVIA context, which you are in now, the value associated with the landscape is taken into account. Now, that therefore means, I suggest, that you have to be very careful in translating sensitivities from LCS to LVIA, because when looked at in the LVIA context, the importation of value into sensitivity means you may actually end up with a lower overall sensitivity in landscape or, not and, but or visual terms to a development than the LCS assesses. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. The other thing I should point out also is that, as well as looking at the landscape capacity study, as well as looking at visual aspects, also considers cumulative effects. So it considers other wind
Your little
farms.
additions take us away from the point. I want to stick to this point, please. I don't want to look at other landscape capacity studies. I want to look at this one. I want to look at where we are now, please. In this case, it'd be fair for the reporters to make a note, I suggest, that they can't simply translate sensitivity from one study to the LVIA because of the importation of value.
That's correct.
And it'd be perfectly valid to reach a conclusion in an LVIA context on sensitivity, which might well be lower than the conclusions you reach in the LCS if the view was taken that the value factor was somewhat lower.
That's correct.
Yes. And in your evidence in your report, you tell us you do factor in value. But my problem is that when we go to any particular part of your report, say 6.4, I don't know, say 6.7, we've been there before, on the Broad Valley Farmed LCT, there is no way of knowing, is there, how you have factored value into your finding of sensitivity. We can't see that, can we?
Well, I have said it's medium overall, and also in the table in Appendix 2, it has detail in that as well.
Sorry, let's get back to the point.
Appendix B.
In your report, in your assessments, in your report.
Inquiry report,
where you reach a conclusion of high-medium sensitivity in 6.7, we don't know what mixture of susceptibility and value leads you to that conclusion. There is absolutely nowhere that you articulate that, is there?
Well, I think there is more detail in the Appendix B, as I've just said.
Appendix B. Let's look and see what it says there. Well, I don't think there is. Under Broad Farm Valley, I agree that the LCT with the LVIA, the LCT is of high-medium sensitivity overall. You don't tell us anything about the mixture of susceptibility and value at all, do you? As a matter of fact, please.
Well, I talk about susceptibility. Are we talking about the open
No.
rolling up?
You're buying time again. You know my question. Well, you don't tell us anything about the mixture of value and sense and susceptibility at all.
Well,
you?
it has been considered, and
Ms. Anderson, I am going to stop you. Would you please answer my question? You may have thought about it. It's not in writing, is it?
I would need to
Well, do.
check
Look
this.
and tell
No,
me.
it's not. Value
It's not. Thank you
hasn't
very
been
much.
expressed.
Good, thank you. Whereas if you look at any of the viewpoint analyses or in the EIAR at the landscape impact analysis carried out by Mr. Welch, I ask you to give an answer from memory, but if you don't want to, we'll go to Technical Appendix 7.2. He is very precise about the mixture of value and susceptibility that leads to a finding of sensitivity, isn't he?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. And that helps the reporters, I suggest, particularly in the context of making that translation from LCS sensitivity to LVIA sensitivity. They need to know how these things come together, don't they?
Yes.
And they can't on the basis of your report, can they?
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree?
No, I don't.
Well, you've already agreed. You don't tell us how value...
I don't tell you value, but I have got conclusions in terms of the findings, and I do express susceptibility and the effects.
Yes. Well, I think we've got the point. You don't tell us how value and susceptibility combine to form a finding of sensitivity. That's already on the record. Thank you. Go to paragraph 3.6, please, of your inquiry report. Where you say in the fifth line or sixth line onwards, I consider that there is scope for further wind turbine development to be accommodated in LCT 10 and 11, or 11 and 10 rather, but not much within the confines of the proposed development site, for the reasons you then give, and we've been through in evidence. That takes us, I think, neatly to 7.14 in your inquiry report, where you discuss siting and designing wind farms in the landscape, and more particularly 7.15, where you discuss S&H's CD 713. If your evidence is correct, then we'll end up with, I think, on your evidence, landscape change as opposed to accommodation in this area. That's correct, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
In terms of CD 713, the 2015 document published by S&H Spatial Planning, Annex A, Concepts of Landscape Protection, Landscape Accommodation, Landscape Change. I'm hoping we don't need to go there because we're familiar with it.
Yeah.
On your evidence, if Clash Gour goes ahead, there will be, the fact will be there'll be landscape change rather than accommodation.
Yes, I do. I do believe that.
Good. Now, we are in an SPP Group 3 area, save for carbon-rich soils. For landscape purposes, each part of the Clash Gour development is in a Group 3 area. You would agree?
Yes.
Why should the objective, therefore, not be landscape change?
Well, Group 3 areas cover a huge amount of Scotland, and they do not take into account specific landscape and visual constraints. or sensitivities, I should say, rather than constraints.
Well, let's see where the LCS takes us in that respect. Go to JW2, please. And also have out the landscape capacity study. And go to page 72. And what I want to do is to, for this landscape type, 10, and then for 11, just explore what your guidance actually means for wind energy development in these landscape types. Some limited scope has been identified. Turbines should be set well back into the core of upland areas. And then we come to the first constraint, avoiding ridges and hills which form immediate skylines to the adjacent LCT 5A, 13 and 7. So looking at JW2, noting the landmark hill of Millbury, the idea is to set back from the Lossy Valley from LCT 5A, avoiding the ridges and hills which form immediate skylines. I think we can agree that Altair and Dallas portions of Clash Gour do avoid the immediate skylines. The immediate skylines.
Sorry, Altair, do you mean?
The northern part.
The northern part,
yeah,
yes.
Sure.
Certainly the northern group of turbines avoids effects on those adjacent small-scale valleys.
Well, there wasn't quite that way I put the question. I'm looking at your own words, avoiding ridges and hills which form immediate skylines. I would say that both Dallas, the eastern group, and Altair, the northern group, do avoid those immediate skylines, the ridges and hills.
Sorry, I got muddled there because I hadn't realised that you'd called each group a specific name.
How do you want me to refer to the east, north?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll
I
do
think
that.
it varies in some of the EIA documents,
fine,
actually.
that's fine.
So north, east, and
The north and
south or
eastern
west
group
is easier for me.
avoid the ridges and hills which form the immediate skylines.
The northern group.
Oh, was
No,
that the
sorry, I
second
didn't
one?
quite hear because there was a
All
bit
right.
of reverberation with the...
All right. The northern and the eastern groups avoid the ridges and hills which form the immediate skylines. They're behind them.
No, I don't agree with that. I think the eastern group has an effect on skylines seen from the Lossy Valley, the upper Lossy Valley.
The immediate skyline, or a skyline behind that, or the ridge behind that?
I think it could be described as the immediate skyline.
Well, we disagree on that. The next constraint is this small-scale and richly diverse upper Lossy Valley. Well, we've been through that, frankly. You've given me your view on that. Turbines should not be sited on or close by the landmark hills. Well, we haven't got an issue there, have we? There's no landmark hill issue for Clash Gour. You've told us that. Correct?
Sorry, are we on page 71?
72, Ms. Anderson.
Okay.
Same as we were before. Looking at the guidance for development, looking at the constraints identified.
Right, sorry, it's just that I thought you were going through them sequentially, but you're not, are you?
I'm looking at paragraph 16.3 and going through the constraints in that paragraph.
Oh, 16.3. Sorry, I thought you were looking at the constraints of the bullet points.
No, I have told you we were in 16.3.
Well, I didn't. Apologies, I didn't hear.
That's why I went to avoiding ridges and hills, because that's in 16.3.
Okay.
I'm now going on to landmark hills. Turbines should not be sited on or close by. We don't have an issue there, do we?
No.
Then on adverse effects on views from Minor Road, well, we do have an issue there. We say we don't, you say we do. And then significant cumulative effects on the Dava Way. Well, I suggest there's a bit of a problem here, isn't there? Because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what you do in terms of setting back into the uplands in views from the Dava Way. You're still going to see the turbines. They may not be dominant. They may be prominent rather than dominant. But you're going to get significant effects whatever you do if you're going to develop in LCT 10 in views from the Dava Way.
Not necessarily. For
Well-
example, the eastern group you do not see from the Dava Way large. I mean, that's tips, isn't it?
Okay, for Dunfale, the western group then, and the northern group, you'd have to push them back into Buryburn and beyond to avoid significant effects. You're not going to escape significant effects, are you?
For the western group, certainly not.
All right, I'll take that answer. And looking now at LCT 11, which actually the western group is in LCT 11, it gets very difficult because these things do abut each other. Look at page 77. Now, again, paragraph 17.3, so we know where we are. Second line, turbines should be set well back into the core of the upland areas, avoiding being sited on near the landmark hills. Well, we haven't got an issue there, we know that. The next constraint is Dava Way and Loch Daub. And again, I suggest, and I think I have your answer, that whatever we do, if there's anything to the west of Buryburn, it's going to cause a significant visual effect on the Dava Way. You can't get away from that. I think you've agreed that. And I'd say the same also applies in terms of the northern group when viewed from the west, from the Dava Way. You're not going to get away from significant effects, whatever you do.
The northern group, when viewed from,
The Dava Way to the west, as I said.
I think there's less of a. From memory, I don't think the northern group have such an effect.
All right.
I'm not even certain that it's significant.
Okay. What I'm getting to, Ms. Anderson, to cut this passage of evidence short, is that once you apply the constraints that you identify in those paragraphs, which developers have to do the best they can with, that's the advice they've got in the LCS. What you actually end up with is one of two things. Either your limited scope or very limited scope means actually, in terms of your own constraints, no development at all, or it means we end up in a broadly kidney-shaped area hinged on Carn Kitty. If you look at Carn Kitty, we can see a core interior area which includes Buryburn, but I suggest, on an application of your own constraints, includes each of the Clash Gour groups.
Well, I'm not sure that's quite what I concluded. I did say that the northern group had less of a significance. From the constraints that we've read out, I think the northern group does not have a significant effect on those key constraints that are summarised in 17.3 and 16.3 of the LCS.
Well, I know we're going to have to agree to disagree with the western and southern groups, but if there's to be any strategic level of development at all in this area, and the whole Murray exercise was based on SPP 162, or so they say, identify areas for strategic development. Then something has to give, doesn't it? Otherwise, what you end up with is simply a small group of turbines that don't really contribute to the idea of strategic levels of development. Something has to give.
I think I'm the wrong person to be asking that question of. I think you could address that with Mr. Templeton.
Well, I will, but I've already pointed to the disconnect between your study and the SG. I'll do the best I can. Look at matters another way. Looking at your LCS, any accommodation of more very large turbines, and by those I mean the size proposed at Clash Gour, somewhere between 135, 149.5, 180, is going to mean a very material change in the landscape in this part of Moray. That's inescapable, isn't it?
Yes.
But at the same time, the SG itself and the landscape capacity study seek to fulfill the prophecy of landscape change in this part of Moray. You're not going to get strategic levels of development without landscape change and without extensions of wind farm landscapes in this part of Moray.
I don't think
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
I don't think that's correct. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the SG, but in terms of the landscape capacity study, it is not envisaged that a landscape change scenario would be advised. That's not in the guidance in terms of the capacity study. That's why it's concluded that there is only very limited scope for additional turbines in these upland areas.
You see, putting it bluntly, I regard, the applicant regards the LCS and the SG as going through the motions they're required to go through by SPP. They're told to identify some strategic capacity. That's what we'll do. When it comes to applications, facing the consequences of the advice of the SG and the LCS is not something that Moray wants to do. The beast you created in the LCS and the SG, which identifies an area for development, when it comes to looking at real developments and facing the consequences of the inevitable consequences of the advice in these documents, Moray just says, no, we don't want it. We want to have a landscape accommodation, not landscape change. That's an impossibility in terms of the LCS and the SG, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't think you're being quite fair because Moray already has a large amount of wind farm development.
And as for your view that Moray is less able than some areas to accommodate substantial quantities of additional wind energy development, the ZTVs before us, and we needn't go to them, examine them, tell us that where you see Clash Gour, you're almost inevitably going to see other developments. There are very few places where you only see Clash Gour. Agreed?
I think that's agreed, but, you know, ZTV, it doesn't tell you everything, does it? It just tells you about the extent of visibility. It doesn't tell you about the effect on actual views.
No, but it does allow you to make some judgment on this final point.
I would say that...
Go on, sorry. Apologies.
I would say that in most of Scotland, you will have overlapping ZTVs of wind farm developments. It's not a measure of how those wind farms are perceived on the ground.
But there is a choice to be made, isn't there, between intensifying the impacts of existing development in the existing area of wind energy development and opening up other areas to new visibility of wind farms. And I suggest that the approach, which I think is an inevitable consequence of the LCS's advice and that in the SG, that of concentrating activity in one area, whether it's in Moray or elsewhere, may well be to be preferred, as opposed to the alternative of opening up new areas of visibility, whether or not already wind farms. In a general sense, would you agree with what I'm saying?
That could be a scenario that's preferable. I would say in the context of Moray, there's not much undeveloped area, upland area left to develop because it's largely filled by wind farms.
But if there is a need to be fulfilled as a matter of policy, and I know policy isn't your issue, but if there is a need to be fulfilled, then even taking into account the constraints you've identified in your LCS at paragraph 16.3 and 17.3, my suggestion is that the area of Clash Gour forms a core interior of the uplands where strategic levels of wind farm development can best be accommodated.
I don't consider that correct. I think the development site, some of it lies in the core, more in the core, other parts of the site do not. And that's why there is such a significant effect on, for example, near Dallas, from parts of the Darver Way, and from the Spey Valley.
Mm-hmm. I have your answer, and thank you very much for your answers at the end of the examination. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's 20 to 1 now. Mr. Steele, should we break for lunch now, or is it a time that you'd like to start? We'd have about
so I'd
20
rather
minutes.
keep my cross-examination in one go, if that's at all possible, and I would not conclude it by 1 o'clock or so.
Okay, so I think we should break for lunch now, in that case.
I'm happy to have as short a lunch as you like, but I leave it entirely to you.
Well, in that case, shall we? Do you have quite an? I'd understood you had about an hour of questions from Mrs. Anderson.
Sorry, sir.
I'd understood you had about an hour of questions from Mrs.
Yes,
Anderson. Yeah.
of that order. It depends on answers. It might be a bit longer. It might be a bit shorter. But
So
it's of that order.
If we came back at 1:30, we'd have plenty of time for that. Yeah.
Entirely up to you, sir.
Well, 1:30 then. I'll ask Mr. Steele to open his cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Anderson, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Anderson, I'm sure you're very well aware that most lawyers, and in particular this one, do not welcome working on a Friday afternoon. So I'm going to seek your cooperation in getting through this as quickly as we possibly can and ask you to answer any questions as concisely as possible in the hope that I can get away for a little late lunch later. So concise if we can, please. Now, Mr. Steele is dealing with the details of our proposal, as I understand it, and therefore I will only ask you general questions within your expertise, Ms. Anderson. Does that seem fair?
Yes, that's fine.
You are the term or retained landscape architect for Moray Council and have been so for many years, is that so?
Yes.
Were you the landscape architect at the time of the approval of Rothes 1 and 2 applications?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know that, as a matter of fact, they were approved by Moray Council?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you confirm for me, as a matter of fact, the distance between Rothes 1 or 2 and, firstly, the Knock-and-Do to Dallas Road, and secondly, from those two wind farms to the Dallas and Kellis Road? Are you able to confirm that as a matter
No,
of...
I can't do that precisely, no.
Right.
Not quickly.
Pardon?
Not quickly.
Well, let's just look then, please. As one example, Appendix 2 of Mr. Templeton's document, his inquiry report. And would you care, very quickly, to give me an approximation of the distances?
No, I can't really do that at that scale of map because I don't know what scale it's been printed at or shown at, so I'm not able to provide
Well, is
that
there not a
information.
scale in the bottom right-hand corner,
I
1
can't
to
see it on
1,000?
the screen.
Well, Ms. Anderson, I was hoping this was going to be a very simple point, but if I put to you, and I'm happy to lend you a scale rule, and you can look at any plan you want, if I put to you that approximately at Rothes 1, at Rothes 2, from there to the Knockandoo to Dallas Road is approximately a couple of K, and going in a northerly direction, approximately 3K to the Dallas-Kellis Road. Would that seem about reasonable?
I think it is approximately 2 kilometres, Rothes 2, because I remember that from the Yellow Bog viewpoint for Clash Gour.
Okay. Fine. So you do know that, Ms. Anderson?
Well, roughly.
Roughly. Well, that's all I asked you. Now, is it correct that you also prepared a landscape capacity study for Murray Council in 2012?
Yes.
I think that's not lodged before the inquiry, is that so?
No, it's been superseded.
Pardon?
It's been superseded.
Yes. May I take it that you carried out significant research in preparing and formulating that document?
Yes.
And was the conclusion of that document that the landscape character type, in that case, I think it was number 9, but the type in which my client's proposal is situated, exhibited features which may well make it suitable to accommodate wind turbine development?
Yes.
And in particular, opportunities for wind to accommodate large-scale wind farm development were identified in that report?
Large turbines, yes.
Yes.
Not necessarily large scale in terms of area.
Well, I'm actually reading from the report, Ms. Anderson, and it says accommodate large-scale wind farm development.
I don't have that report in front of me.
Well,
I don't think it's lodged.
it's not lodged. I put that point to you a moment or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
But is it your recollection that you recommended that there were opportunities to accommodate, I quote, large-scale wind farm development?
2012, some time ago. I've written an awful lot of reports since then. I would need to have that in front of me, but I will take it on your authority that that's correct. Seeing as you have it in front of you and I don't.
Was there also, going back in time a little bit, a previous report by Turnbull-Jeffrey Partnership in 1998, which is lodged as CD 7.25?
We're going to that, right?
And could you just identify within that, Ms. Anderson, please, which landscape character type or which area my client's proposal is situated?
Upland, moorland and forestry.
Indeed. So can we look, please, at pages 98, 99, 100 and 101? And can we take the matter very briefly, because I accept it's a 1998 document, that the Turnbull-Jeffrey Partnership also identified for a potential for wind farm development throughout a large part of this character area within which my client's proposal is situated?
Where does it say that?
Page 101, under the heading Wind Farm Development, first sentence.
Sorry, throughout. Sorry, I'm having difficulty reading that. Throughout a large part. Okay, the potential is.
Sorry, I'm not hearing that, Miss Anderson.
The potential for wind farm development is foreseen. It doesn't. It's not advising that it could go there, is it? It's just saying it's foreseen. So it's a pressure for development, I guess, at that time.
Miss Anderson, let's not quibble too much. It says what it says, and it identifies potential being foreseen throughout a large part of the character area within which my client's proposal is situated. Is that fair?
There is a caveat to that. I would just draw it to the reporter's attention. This report was done in 1998. At that time, wind turbines were significantly smaller than the Rothes 3 proposal.
Yes.
I suspect that this report was probably considering turbines about 60 metres maximum.
Ms. Anderson, I've already identified it was a 1998 document. Perhaps in all of that, I'm trying to keep this matter very concise so we can make progress and get away to where we need to be to. So are you happy to accept what is said there, that there was potential which was foreseen for wind farm development throughout a large part of the character area? Simple yes or no would do for me.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can we now look at your more recent capacity study, which is dated CD 5.6, dated 2017. And I don't intend to go through all of this because Mr. Trinick has already taken you to large parts of it. But can I start in general terms at pages 20 and 21 and thereafter? And did you examine the possibility for very large-scale turbines within Moray?
Yes.
And indeed, you examined the possibility of turbines between 150 to 200 metres tall, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we turn to page 25, the top paragraph, could you read out the first sentence and confirm that that was and remains your professional opinion? First sentence, page 25.
Yes.
Could you read out the sentence, please, and confirm that that is your professional opinion?
The wind farms located in more expansive upland areas such as Rothes 1 and 2, Paul's Hill and Bury Barn, and which are also generally set back from surrounding roads and settlement were judged to be able to accommodate larger turbines.
Yes. And that sentence applies to my client's land subject to this inquiry, doesn't it? A description of the area.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Pardon?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes, I'll try to. That sentence applies to the area of ground on which my client's proposal at this inquiry lies.
No, not in the context of that statement in the capacity study, because this is relating to the exercise that was done looking at replacing existing wind turbines with larger turbines. So it's precisely within the footprints of those named wind farms, not necessarily in the Rothes 3 site.
Well, is that right, Miss Anderson? Let's just look at what it actually says then. The wind farms located in the more expansive upland area. Are we in the more expansive upland area, yes or no?
You mean your particular development?
Yes.
Yes, you
Thank
are
you.
in an expansive upland area,
Thank you.
yes. But
And
you're
was
not, but not generally set back from surrounding
I'm
roads and
not
settlement.
asking about the detail of it at the moment. I'm just asking about this sentence, Ms Anderson. Was that said here to be the area which was judged to be able to accommodate larger turbines? A simple yes or no again will suffice.
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat the question.
Yeah. Was the upland area, as stated here, the area that was judged to be able to accommodate larger turbines?
Sorry, I'm not understanding that question. Are you meaning, which upland area are you meaning? You're meaning the area occupied by the Rothes 3 proposal, or are you...
Well, this is your report, Ms Anderson. I suppose what I'm really asking is what did you mean when you wrote this?
But you're extrapolating between my report and your proposal. I'm not understanding what your question is.
Well, what did you mean when you wrote that sentence?
Well, precisely what it says. And I think you can't just take the sentence in isolation. You have to read the rest of the chapter to understand why it's there, why that sentence is there. It's talking about those specific wind farms that are listed in that sentence.
Well, we'll leave that to the reporters to read this. The next part of the paragraph refers to turbine heights of in excess of 200 metres. Is that correct? It refers to them in 4 lines from the end.
Sorry, can you say where, again, is that on the same paragraph? Oh, right, I'm with you. Right, okay. And your question was?
That in the latter part of that paragraph, you refer to and consider turbine heights of in excess of 200 metres.
That's correct.
Yeah. And within that paragraph, you do not rule out that possibility.
Well, I think what it's saying is that over that the height of 200 metres, there could be more unacceptable, significant landscape and visual effects.
Yes, I can read that, but you do not rule out that possibility. You have not placed an embargo there, even on those heights of turbines, have you?
Well, I don't think it would be my position to say there was an embargo. It is identifying constraints in there to turbines of that height.
Well, Ms Anderson, a question then, it really is a simple one. In the latter part of that paragraph, you do not rule out the possibility of turbine heights in excess of 200 metres, do you?
Well, I don't rule out the possibility that turbines of that height might be proposed. But I'm not necessarily saying, well, I'm not saying that they would be acceptable in the context of that sentence.
Ms Anderson, if I may, I'll just try this a last time. In the latter part of that paragraph, would you not accept, you do not rule out the possibility of turbines in excess of 200 metres being acceptable?
No, I don't think it says that. And I think, again, I think you have to read it in context with the whole of that chapter and the conclusions as well.
Yeah. All right. At your conclusion section, you identified that this LCT, number 10, has potential for larger turbines to be accommodated, don't you?
Yes. Helen, would you mind scrolling down a bit, please? Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I'm not reading the whole thing to you, simply trying to take this as rapidly as I can. And would I also be right in suggesting that this is one of the perhaps only areas, or very few areas, in Moray Council area in which you concluded that there was scope for larger turbines to be accommodated?
Yes.
So if we're looking at Moray at all, this is the area to look at, in essence. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Is it also fair that you refined it down further from that into so far as I'm concerned, a particular area within LCT 10.
LCT 10 and 11.
Yeah. Well, so far as I'm concerned, LCT 10.
Oh, in terms of your development?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If we look, please, at pages 70 and 71, do we see there reasons set out for the suitability within LCT 10 for additional large turbines? I'm hoping not to go into the detail of it, but you've given us a reasoned justification for arriving at that conclusion.
Helen, just one more page down, please.
16.2 of page 70.
Yes.
I think page 70.
72?
No, 70 is where you've got a description and summary of sensitivity.
Okay, sorry, I was looking under opportunities.
Yeah, we're coming to that shortly, have no fear. Page 70, 16.2 is the start of this, and you set out reasons there. Some of the reasons for arriving at that conclusion.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll not go into them again because Mr. Trinick has covered that, and we can read for ourselves what it says. If we then go to page 72, and could we look please at the third bullet point on page 72? And firstly, do we note that the hill that I don't think I can pronounce properly, Carnacalich or similar, you say is not well defined or prominent?
Well, it doesn't say it's not. It just says, although not as well defined or prominent as Brownmuir or Millbury.
Okay.
It doesn't say it isn't prominent or well defined.
Well, let's not quibble too much. Is that not, it's 404 high, is that right?
I don't know precisely, but I'll take your word for it.
Let's take that from the OS map, which shows it as 404. If it's 404 high, it's hardly particularly high as things go in the Moray Council area, is it?
No.
No. Thank you. And is that not pretty well the point that Mr. Denny was making, that it's not particularly well defined or prominent and not particularly high?
No, because I don't think height equates with being well-defined or prominent, or vice versa. A hill can be quite small. For example, Brownmuir Hill, which is actually about 300 metres, but it is very well-defined and prominent.
Right.
And I would say that Carnacalich is reasonably well-defined and prominent, but it also plays an important role, as it says in the remainder of that sentence, in containing wind farm development.
Ms. Anderson, have no fear. We're coming to the rest of the sentence. But my question, which I'd be grateful if you could concentrate on, was simply this, that Carnacalich is not particularly high at 404, and it's not particularly well defined or prominent. And that was the essence of the evidence given by Mr. Denny. Was it not?
No, I'm not going to accept that, because that's not what it says in that bullet point. It's a comparison there with two other hills that are particularly well defined and prominent. So I don't accept that.
Right. Well, we'll leave that to the site visit, Ms. Anderson. I'd hoped that we'd be able to reach agreement about that, but clearly not. But it does have a role in containing the wind farm development site to its north. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And again, is that not the point that also Mr. Denny made in that regard?
I don't recall. I didn't listen to all of Mr. Denny's evidence, so I don't recall whether he did say that or not.
Okay. Right. And guidance for development is set out over the bottom half of page 72 and the top half of page 73. identifying, again, scope, albeit no doubt you'll tell me it's limited scope, for very large turbines to be accommodated in the more extensive upland landscape.
Mm-hmm. Very large turbines around 150 metres.
And there was also, was a note at the top of page 73, again, scope but limited for 80 to 130 metre turbines, but not curiously for smaller turbines because they would clash with other operational and consented wind farms.
That's correct.
Yeah. So at that time, the encouragement was being given to taller rather than smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And did all of that lead to your conclusions and recommendations, which we can see neatly summarised in the plan at the back dealing with this landscape character area 10 and its landscape type key map 10, upland, moorland and forestry, which is some 3 or 4 pages from the very end of your document, unnumbered page, I think. Do you have that before you, Ms. Anderson?
Do you mean the little landscape character type map?
Character type, key map 10, upland, moorlands and forestry.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. And that identifies by a grey hatching the area that you directed developers to as having potential for large and very large turbines.
That's correct. It says potential scope in the key.
Indeed. And generally speaking, that is an area to the north of Carnacalich and to the north of Hunt Hill.
Yes.
Can we agree that this is a strategic level drawing or figure?
Definitely.
Yeah. And that we should not necessarily place great weight on the precise location of the lines at the edge of the grey hatching.
Yes, which is why it's keyed potential scope.
Why it's been what, sorry?
Which is why it's keyed as potential scope.
Thank you. For instance, we see that it appears that 1 or 2 of the Rothes 1 and 2 turbines may be on the edge or outside that area. And they're already consented.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And at Kellis Wind Farm, who consented at that wind farm?
The council did.
Pardon?
The council did.
Yeah. And that is out with your grey hatched area?
Mm-hmm.
And is it also, as a matter of fact, clearly closer to the Dallas to Kellis Road than at Rothes 1 and 2?
No, Kellis isn't. Do you mean Meikle Hill, perhaps?
No, I thought I meant Kellis, but...
You said the Dallas to Upper Knockando Road, did you? Or did you say
well, if
different?
I did, that was my error. What I
Okay.
meant to say was the Dallas to Kellis Road.
Oh, right, sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And, I mean, we can scale it off, but what was previously a gap between the Dallas to Kellis Road of 3K has, broadly speaking, halved to perhaps 1.5K. Very broadly.
I'll take your word for it.
Well,
Yes, I
don't
can
take
just
my
see
word
it.
for it,
I'm
Ms.
looking
Anderson.
at the map.
If
Yes,
you
it
want to
looks
put
about right.
If you want a scale rule, 1 is here.
It looks about right.
Thank you. Meikle Hill, that is closer to both the Dallas to Kellis Road and the Dallas to Knockandoo Road than at Rothes 1 and 2,
Yes,
and out with the grey hatched area.
that's correct.
Now, could you guesstimate for me the distance between Meikle Hill and the Dallas to Knockandoo Road?
Maybe about 1 kilometre.
And that was adjudged by Murray Council to be an appropriate wind farm.
Yes.
just while we're here, are you able to guesstimate the distance between the Knockandoo to Dallas Road from Rothes 3?
No, I don't know that.
Well, you wouldn't like to look at the grid squares and just give us a very rough approximation?
Well, I don't have on that plan. Rothes 3 is not marked on it.
No, Miss Anderson, you know where it is, don't you? Come on.
No, I don't.
I'm hoping to get to lunch
precisely,
later.
and I'm not prepared to answer that question because I am not certain.
No?
You can direct that question to Mr. Steele when he gives his evidence.
Right. Well, could we try it this way then? Would you accept that it's significantly greater than the distance from the road to Meikle Hill?
I don't know. I'm not answering that question. You can ask Mr. Steele that.
Miss Anderson, come on. You're a landscape architect. Let's look back then at Mr. Templeton's plan, Appendix 2, which actually, helpfully, is still on the screen. Now, can you tell me, please, is the distance between that road and Rothes 3 greater or not than the distance from that road to Meikle Hill, and by what margin? Or do you still...
No, I don't know the margin. I would imagine it is greater, but I do not know the margin. I do not know the precise distance.
I'm not asking the precise distance, Miss Anderson.
Well, I think you did actually beforehand. No. You did ask me that.
Well, if I did, I should not have done. What is the order of magnitude?
I don't know.
Sir, could I intervene at this point to make the observation that the witness the council has retained for Rothes 3 is Mr. Mark Steele, who is giving evidence on this matter. And if Mr. Steele, QC, has questions on that point, he can direct them to Mr. Steele, the council's witness, when he comes to give his evidence.
Indeed, and I think we can look at the distances on a plan, Mr. Steele. I don't know if we need to draw the evidence from a witness.
Well, I'm happy, sir. I really didn't think this was going to be controversial. I thought it was so obvious what the position is, and I'm very happy to leave it on that basis because the answer is absolutely staring us in the face. And I thought the witness would accept that, but if she won't, she won't. So, does it then come to this, Mrs. Anderson, that after 3 different studies, 2 by you, 1 by Turnbull Jeffrey, and a period of many, many years, is it 10 or is it 20, I'm not quite sure, what has been identified as an area of suitability for a wind farm development, subject, of course, to detail, which I'm not asking about, is the area hatched that we see on Appendix 2 of Mr. Templeman's document.
It's Mr. Templeton. Again, as I've already confirmed, it's the grey hatched area is an area of potential scope. It doesn't mean to say that all of that area could be developed. It needs to be tested. As we've recognised, the capacity study is a strategic broad brush study. Any development in that hatched area would need to be tested through visualizations, visual tools, etc., as part of looking at a specific development proposal.
Well, that's why I said subject to detail, which would be done by the LVIA or similar. But the conclusion of nearly 20 years' work, so far as this particular area is concerned, is to arrive at this grey hatched area, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. And 3 separate landscape character assessments have led us to this as well?
Which 3 character assessments are you meaning?
2 of yours and 1 of Turnbull Jeffrey.
Well, my study is not a character assessment. It's a landscape sensitivity assessment to a particular form of development. The landscape character assessment undertaken by Turnbull Jeffrey Partnership is that, a landscape character assessment. Right. They are different studies.
Okay. Well, the fault was entirely mine, Ms. Anderson. The conclusion of nearly 20 years of research by landscape architects that leads to this hatched area?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can we turn, please, to a slightly different topic? Thank you. Sorry for that delay. Could I ask you, please, to have before you CD 2.122? And before anybody gets anxious, I'm not in any way interested in the detail, merits or otherwise, of Clash Gour. Am I correct in thinking, Ms. Anderson, that this is your consultation response in relation to Clash Gour?
Yes.
And turning to your conclusions, do we see in your conclusion section, second paragraph, that your opinion, as stated here, is that which I neither agree with nor disagree with, but as a matter of fact, this is what you've written, that the turbines are too large and sited too close to particular areas. Firstly, that's what you said.
Yes.
And secondly, at the end, the last sentence was to the effect that both developments were inappropriate for reasons that you set out.
Yes.
And is that tantamount to recommending an objection by using the word inappropriate?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was your opinion as expressed to the Moray Council?
Yes.
Right. And may I take it that you are obliged in writing consultation responses to express your professional opinion fully for the benefit of Moray Council?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we look, please, at your consultation response in relation to our proposal, CD 15-231? And on the... Do you have that, Ms. Anderson?
It's on the screen. Is it the alternative scheme or the original scheme that you want the response to?
15-231, which is the alternative scheme.
Okay.
Yes, that is. Yeah. If we turn to the second page, or scroll to the second page, key differences. Now, it may, Ms. Anderson, I suspect, be going too far, and you'll object to me suggesting that you're heaping praise on this scheme, but would it be fair to say that you identify significant advantages of this proposal in the 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs under the heading Key Differences?
No, I think I'm just expressing what's been achieved through the mitigation.
You're expressing what, sorry?
What's been achieved in the mitigation in terms of the turbine reduction and reduced height.
Right. Well, let's take it slowly then. In the first line, you identify reduced effects from the north.
Yes.
Yeah. In the third line, you identify greater compatibility in size.
Yes.
Yeah. And in the last line of that paragraph, your professional opinion is that particular views, as expressed there, would not be significant.
That's one view.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
indeed. Yeah. Duke of Gordon's monument in Elgin, VP 13.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the second line of the next paragraph, VP 5, not now significant.
Yes.
And that is because it's relatively fleeting and there are already distractive elements.
Well, it's that, but it's also because of the reduction in the turbine sizes.
Yeah. Yes. Next paragraph, improvements in close views from knock and do.
Well, that's caveated, isn't it? because at the bottom of that paragraph it says, it stresses that a greater degree of visibility is likely to occur beyond that viewpoint, and viewpoint 19, which was the additional visualization that was requested, demonstrates that.
Well, just a step at a time, please, so I can follow this. The first sentence says this: there will be also an improvement in close views from Upper Knockandoo, where the removal of 6 turbines limits the extent of turbines visible. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, but
Thank you.
that is, it's perhaps not expressed terribly well, but it really means the views shown on the representative viewpoint 11 in that area.
Yeah, that's what, absolutely. Yeah. And from Ben Rinnes and Ben Egan, the proposal would appear more compatible,
Yes,
reducing magnitude of change to some degree.
yes.
Yeah. Now, if I may go back to my original point, it may be going too far to say you're heaping praise on it, but you've identified significant advantages of this proposal.
Well, compared with the original proposal, yes.
Yes, thank you. And if I then turn to look at your conclusion section, if you've repeated some of those earlier findings, as you would expect, and the alternative proposed development, you tell us 3 lines up from the end, would be more compatible with Rothes 1 and 2, reducing effects from the coastal plain, elevated views, Ben Rinnes and Ben Egan again, significant improvements at the top of the page. Next paragraph, significant improvement in the original development, diminish special landscape of the Spey Valley, so on and so forth. Now, do I see anywhere in this document a statement, firstly, that the turbines are too tall?
It doesn't expressly say that.
Thank you.
But it still identifies significant effects that would occur on key sort of landscapes and views.
Of course it does, because you very properly said earlier that any wind farm development is going to cause significant effects.
And also the last, the penultimate paragraph, the last sentence, it does say that it would introduce very large turbines in relatively close proximity to the Spey Valley.
My question is a simple one, because I'm a simple chap, Miss Anderson. Do you anywhere say that the turbines are too tall?
It doesn't say that,
Thank
but
you.
I think it implies that by what's said in that penultimate paragraph.
Does it anywhere say that they are not set back enough?
It doesn't say that.
Thank you. Does it anywhere say that the proposal is not appropriate?
No, it doesn't say that.
No. So you did not recommend to Murray Council that this development was inappropriate, did you?
It doesn't look like I did.
No, you
perhaps,
didn't.
No.
No. Miss Anderson, you know full well you didn't do that, and that is a critical point, is it not?
Well, I'm not certain, because this was a draft that went to the Moray Council, and it could have been, I seem to recall having spoken to the planning officer on the phone, and I may well have discussed it with him, and we did go out on site together, and we probably did discuss it.
Well, Miss Anderson, no doubt you've done many things. We asked for your formal consultation response. First of all, the Council wouldn't give it to us. Then, under a bit of pressure, they did give it to us, and we've now got it, and it makes no suggestion that this development is inappropriate, nor does it suggest an objection, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't in that report, but I'm not certain what you're meaning by formal response. This was a response to the Moray Council. It is not the Moray Council's response to the energy consents.
No, I'm not for a second suggesting it is.
Just a moment, I think Mr. Brown has a point.
My learned friend did say consultation response, and that was the reason for me interjecting at that point. This is not a consultation response. This is advice, which the Council has obtained from its consultant. And Ms Anderson has clarified that point, and I wish to reiterate it. It is not a consultation response.
Well, sir, we asked for the consultation response, and I understood that that is what this is, because as I understood it, handed over in that context. I'm not entirely sure why the Council is so sensitive about this, but I can put the question another way. Ms Anderson, this represents the professional opinion that you gave to Moray Council, doesn't it? And you had a professional responsibility to give them your professional opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. And nowhere in this document does it suggest that the development, does it state that the development was inappropriate?
It doesn't say that.
Thank you. And that is because, Ms Anderson, that was your professional opinion as expressed in this document and submitted to Moray Council.
No, that doesn't mean to say I didn't think it was unacceptable. I just didn't say it in that report. And that is an error, and perhaps it should have had more consistency in content.
Ms Anderson, it's a fundamental error. The whole point of your recommendation, of your report, surely was to identify whether there was or was not a justifiable reason for objection. And you did not, please let me finish, you did not tell your clients that it was inappropriate, did you?
Well, I actually think I did, but it's not in this response.
Right. And furthermore, looking at the other report that you prepared, I thought it was a consultation report, a consultation response, but I'll call it a report. At 15.2.30, in relation to our other scheme, can we agree that nowhere in that report do you say that it is inappropriate, nor that it should be objected to?
Could you scroll down, please, Helen, to the end? Yes, you can see that that's a draft. It has a highlighted yellow bit in it to check. This was followed through with phone calls with the planning officer, and while it doesn't say explicitly that it would have an unacceptable effect, it was clear in the conversations that I had with the planning officer that we did feel that, and that was my advice to them.
Ms Anderson, you as a professional landscape witness would be duty-bound to give the appropriate advice in a written report to your clients about the merits or otherwise of the proposal. And one of the key issues, surely, is whether it was appropriate or inappropriate or should be objected to. Now, can we leave the matter this way, that in neither of these reports did you state in either of the reports that either of the schemes was inappropriate or should be objected to? And that contrasts starkly with the position you took in relation to Clash Gour.
It does contrast. I think it's an omission in the case of Rothes 3 because, and I think I should have said that in those reports, even though they are not formal consultations, and they would have been followed up with phone calls, usually as clarification of the information in there.
So, Ms Anderson, are you seriously suggesting that on the critical matter of whether it is acceptable or unacceptable, appropriate or inappropriate, are you seriously suggesting that that was done in a phone call rather than in a written report that you submitted to Moray Council for their deliberation? Is that seriously your position?
Yes, that is my position, yes.
It's either that, Ms Anderson, or you didn't actually object to these, isn't it?
Well, it's not my position to object, is it, I think, as a landscape consultant
I'm sorry.
to the
That's
council.
entirely my fault. I should have put it another way. It's either that or you are not recommending that it was...
Well, I've already given
please
you...
let me finish.
I've
Ms.
given
Anderson,
my
please,
answer.
please let me finish. Please let me finish. It's either that or it was at that time your opinion that, as per the report, read fairly and reasonably, that there was that nothing that was unacceptable and should cause an objection. Isn't
That
that
certainly
true?
was not my opinion of this proposal or the alternative scheme.
Can we leave the matter this way, that fairly read by a reasonable man in the street, the conclusion would be drawn from these written documents that you did not find either of these proposals to be inappropriate, because that's the plain English of the matter.
I think if the man in the street, as you put it, read that report, they'd think, horrors, it's going to affect X, Y, and Z, as is clearly said in the conclusions.
Ms. Anderson, nowhere did you say that the schemes were inappropriate. Nowhere did you say that they should be objected to, did you?
I've confirmed that already.
Are you aware, and if you don't know, just say so, please, Ms. Anderson, why there was a reluctance to supply these documents to us?
I don't know.
Fine, thank you. I have no further cross-examination.
I think it's for us to ask questions if we have any more. Mrs. Black.
Yes, I just have a 2 or 3 questions, just picking up on some of the evidence that we've just heard. My first question actually relates back to a question I put to Mr. Welsh earlier in the week, just in general terms, in terms of the reference to there's reference to set well back. Obviously, that's been used quite a lot in the evidence that we've heard and in the capacity study. So I'm just really, I put that question to Mr. Welsh. So it's just really to give you an opportunity to clarify what's your understanding of, is there a definition of set well back?
No, there isn't, because I do agree with Mr. Welsh. It does depend on context. For example, it depends if there's any sort of intermediate partial screening by low hills or something like that, or woodland. So it can vary. There's no sort of definitive distance. I think you've got to take, you've got to look really at specific proposals and look at the visualizations and make that judgment. In terms of setting well back in the context of the landscape character types 10 and 11, I do consider that, for example, the Berryburn wind farm is set well back into the core of the upland area, and that sort of limits its impact on surrounding more sensitive areas.
Yes, I think in response to, I think it was a question from Mr. Trinick this morning, you used that term in respect of, I think it was the viewpoint at Tor Castle.
That's
correct. I think
correct.
your comment was that the turbines are not set sufficiently well back into the upland. So again, it's just when we are actually writing a report, how do we make that assessment in terms of that terminology?
Yes. Well, the issue with viewpoint 28, and you'll see that if you go out to have a look at that view if you haven't already, is that you get a gap in the sort of screening provided by landform and woodland in that area, because that's where the Lossy River turns and cuts into the upland area. So that sort of reveals a more open view towards the upland backdrop to that area around Dallas. So my view is that those turbines appear much closer and they're much more visible, and they're not set back enough to reduce their impacts from that particular view.
And can I just take you to paragraph 2.2 in your inquiry report, 16.1. And you refer to, these are the areas obviously that are identified would have greatest impact, greatest potential for turbines up to 150 metres. But that does not imply a presumption in favour of development in these areas. These are areas with greatest scope for further investigating the feasibility of developing wind farms. So really what I'm asking is, are you making a distinction between the two, those two different terms, if you like? When you talk about investigating the feasibility, that's not saying that there is actually a presumption in favour.
Yeah.
That's my reading of it.
Yes, that's correct.
So what do you actually mean by investigating the feasibility?
Well, that is the point I made about testing, and that's where the capacity study and the supplementary guidance is quite broad brush. It's strategic level guidance, and what you need to do is to then look at the detail of specific proposals, and that's through EIA, looking at using visual tools to look at extensive visibility and visualizations. Together with field assessment, looking at those particularly. Now, you were questioned at length by Mr. Steele about your response on the Rothes 3 proposal. Can I just ask what the scope of that request from the Council was? Really what I'm asking is does your advice to the Council normally include a recommendation on a specific proposal? I have to say it's probably a bit more inconsistent than that, and it probably should be a bit more consistent, but it tends to involve a request to look at a particular proposal, and then we will organise a joint site visit with the planning officer involved, just to look at key viewpoints, and for me to chat through the proposal with them so they're understanding where I'm coming from, and then I will draft a report. It's perhaps not a question for yourself. It may be one for the planning officers at later in the inquiry, but sorry, we seem to be struggling a little bit with the sound. What I'm really, again, you may not be able to answer the question, but would the Council's consultees normally be asked to provide a recommendation on a proposal? You don't need to answer the question. It may be something for the planning officers to respond to. But I think Mr. Templeton will fill you in on that, but I don't think that has been formally requested. But quite often it is discussed, as I explained to Mr. Steele. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
In your inquiry report at page 42, in your table relating to the Spey Valley SLA, you say Rothes 3 would occupy a particularly prominent skyline seen above the valley. In combination, these wind farm proposals would be likely to significantly affect the romance associated with whisky production in the Spey Valley. This is founded on the perception of an undeveloped and traditionally managed landscape, often marketed as such by whisky producers and tourism promoters. How did you establish that the romance associated with whisky production in the Spey Valley was founded on the perception of an undeveloped and traditionally managed landscape?
Well, there's quite a lot on the internet. I've actually talked to somebody who takes people out in vintage cars on whisky trails from Granton-on-Spey, and they go up into the Spey Valley, round in to all the distilleries, and looking at her promotional material. It's looking at some of the whisky association, like the Scotch Malt Whisky Society sort of literature and promotion that they have. And I think there is this sort of perception that whisky is made in, the original buildings. Of course, that's not the reality in many instances. But I think there is this perception of sort of purity in terms of the water quality and the fact that the grain is grown up there, and in the Spey side it has that, it's perceived to be a strongly rural character.
But it doesn't come from, for instance, the landscape, the assessment for special landscape areas.
It does. It does come from there. Yes. Sorry. It was in. Yes. It is described in the special landscape area assessment.
Oh. Well, should we have a look at that? So
yes, I think it should be. It was particularly one of the special qualities. I'm not sure the reference.
It's CD 516, Murray Landscape Designation Review. And I think page 45 deals with the
It's the Spey Valley.
the Spey Valley Special Landscape Area.
So, Sarah, if you look underneath the photograph, it starts the paragraph, the peaceful winding walks. In the last sentence, the association of the Spey Valley of that first paragraph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't say anything there about being undeveloped, does it, or indeed traditionally managed?
I suppose it's a romantic perception of the landscape, and I think that, to me, I was the prime author of the SLA description, the citation there, though there was a contribution from archaeologists as well. It's talking about the romantic perception of the landscape, and to me that would mean largely an undeveloped landscape in terms of large-scale infrastructure, and that leads back to what I was saying about we did research into sort of promotion in the area, because that was part of the sieving process for this local landscape designation review study. So we looked at various sort of websites and tourism information.
And in the picture there, there's a distillery on the left-hand side?
That's right, yes.
Right, yeah. Okay. Now, I asked this question of Mr. Welsh. Mr. Welsh said that Clash Gour was, well, I think Mr. Trinnick covered that. So the second question I put to Mr. Welsh, Nan, again, in asking this question, I'm not suggesting what our recommendation to ministers might be, still less what their position might be. But is there sufficient landscape and visual information available before ministers to allow them to make a reasonably informed judgment in landscape and visual terms on whether one of the three limbs of Clash Gour might be removed?
Sorry, could you repeat that last sentence, sir?
Is there sufficient landscape and visual information available before ministers to allow them to make a reasonably informed judgment, at least in landscape and visual terms, on whether one of the three limbs of Clash Gour might be removed?
Yes, I would say so, yes.
Okay. Small question. You'd referred to the I think the reasons for refusal refer to, or the reasons for objection refer to the proposed development's effect on the Divvy Valley. Is the best illustration of that, is that viewpoint 3? Or is that,
it is,
yeah,
yes.
Right. I think actually I put a number of questions to Mr. Welsh on Wednesday. I was going to ask you a number of questions about that, but I think this broad area was covered by Mr. Trinnick, and I don't want to bring out evidence that he might want to cross-examine on, so I'm going to leave it there.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes. Oh, sorry, Mr. Brown's re-examination.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it's Friday afternoon at 2:45, but I would appreciate 5 minutes to consider.
I'm terribly sorry, of course, yes, but that's not a problem. So we'll take a break till, well, shall we say 7 minutes to 2:45?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Anderson, if I could take you back to your cross-examination this morning by Mr. Trinnick. I have only one question arising from that. You may remember that you were taken to viewpoint 10 and to the map JW2, and I'm hoping that we don't have to go to those for you, but we can if you would like to do that. And in the course of that cross-examination, you acknowledged that the view from viewpoint 10 to the Spey Valley was small in extent, and then you went on to say that, but that doesn't mean it's not important. Would you like to continue the sentence there, what you were about to say when you said it wasn't important? Sorry, that it was important.
That it was important. I think I did, in my evidence in chief, take a look at viewpoint 10 from Karen, and I discussed the sort of inner secretive part of the Spey Valley when I was talking about that. And I think it's in talking about the limited extent of visibility, but just because it's small in extent doesn't mean it's not important. The importance that lies in that viewpoint and the area around it really is because of its kind of special character. It lies within the special landscape area. It's a key feature of that special landscape area, the Spey Valley SLA. But it's also because there isn't any development of wind turbines visible in that view or to date from within that special inner valley.
Thank you. Turning now to Mr. Steele's questions. We're dealing with a Section 36 application here. Who is the consultee in a Section 36 application?
It would be the council.
And we looked at the advice.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. I'm a bit deaf.
We looked at the advice which you provided to the council, but what did you understand your role to be in the Section 36 process so far as the council was concerned?
I was providing input and advice on landscape and visual effects, but nothing beyond landscape and visual effects.
And finally, how satisfied are you that you met your professional duties?
I'm very satisfied. We have a good system. We have joint site visits, which I think I find helpful and the planning officers find helpful. And we thoroughly look and consider the schemes in question, visiting viewpoints, visiting residential properties. And I feel there is a thoroughness to the appraisals that I do for the council.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Before we all dash away for the weekend, I did have a couple of questions. Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, I thought you were waving at me that you couldn't hear. Okay. The first was, there was a question of Rothes 3 advancing a noise witness next week. I understand that that's not going to be the case?
No, sir, I can't say that just yet.
Oh, no,
There's a meeting, virtual, I suspect, taking place at 3:30 this afternoon.
Okay, right.
I'm told, and it's only when that meeting has taken place will we know the outcome. I would suggest, if we can, email the matter once we've considered it on Monday, soon as early as we possibly can. I do not think at this moment, at 3 o'clock, whatever it is, everything has been agreed. It may be down to conditions, but at the moment I'm not sure that it is. We would need to see the outcome of the meeting and consider.
Good. Okay.
Sir, my learned friend's suggestion that we monitor the position and provide an update on Monday appears sensible in the circumstances. I'm happy with that. If Sir is happy with that as well.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. So we'll hear back on Monday about that. And the other question was the question of visiting an aviation light. Just a moment, I said I would discuss this with Mrs. Black, and I realise I haven't actually done that, so I'm just going to discuss it with her briefly before we break up. Just a second.
So unless you want to discuss it over the weekend and let us know next week.
Well, that might be the best thing, yes.
I've indicated informally we will do it if it would be helpful, but there's quite a bit involved. A man has to go up the tower at night. If you want the lights switched or flicked or whatever, there has to be a second person there because of health and safety reasons, so on and so forth. So I stress we'll do it, but it's not just quite as straightforward as it may first appear.
Right.
I think if it's any help, we have had some feedback from our colleagues who were on site last night. I think the visit to Crystal Rig took place last night, I think, or the night before. And they're saying that there is still a test light and it will continue to operate to allow further inspections if considered necessary and to allow perhaps Mr. Seaton and I to go along on an unaccompanied basis, but that's as much information as we have at the moment. So
Well,
it'd be good to get.
The people who control or own the light are sitting upstairs, sir, and that's not, or madam, that's not quite as I understood it. But if it is, it is. But if you were wanting to see both the 2,000 candela and 200, that physically requires, because atmospheric conditions may not permit that, that requires somebody to go up the tower to flick the switch, so to speak. But there may be no advantage in that, because you're not normally going to see the 2,000 because it requires limited visibility, so on and so forth. But I'm happy to consider the matter further, perhaps when you've had a discussion.
Mr. Trinnick.
Yes, sir, thank you. I've taken some thoughts from Dr. Lowther on this. He takes the view that in the context of this site, and given the evidence, to have it fixed at 200 would be sufficient. So you may not need the switching, at least from our perspective. The Rothes 3 applicant may take a different view, but that's our take on the matter.
Do you think we would need the switching, Mr. Steele?
So, to be honest, it's really a matter for you. We're not proposing this. We're prepared to try to accommodate it, but if it's up to you whether you want it switched or not.
In that case, we can Mrs. Black and I can discuss it, and we can come back to you next week, if that's okay. So
there was one other matter.
Right. Yeah.
The visit to Rothes 3 on the 11th of September, along with Rothes 1 and 2. I've got the note here, but I'm not actually sure what the point is. What's the point? The point is a very simple one. I just can't read. Do you want to go to Rothes 3 on the 11th as well, sir?
We would like to, if that's possible, yes.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Late in the day for me.
And that's convenient, is it? Yes. Okay. Well, unless anyone has anything else to raise, thank you very much. Have a good weekend and have a good holiday, those going on holiday. I'm also reminded, 10 o'clock on Tuesday.
Thanks, sir. Good weekend to all.